Oh, well,
It's the fun we have as a middle.
I know, right? Never.
Sure. Thanks.
Presentations. And first up, we'll hear from the Department of Administrative Services and the Treasury Department.
I did. Oh, I turned it off. Sorry. Good morning. My name is Dana Call. I'm the state comptroller. Normally, Commissioner Arlinghouse would be here with me, but he got tied into another meeting this morning, so I'm going to cover the presentation for him. But he says hello. He knows. Today, we're going to talk a little bit about some overview of what the Department of Administrative Services does in regards to revenue reporting, as well as talk about one small piece of the revenue estimating that you're going to be ultimately doing, and some details on that. So I will get started. On my presentation is the black and white one. So on page 2, we have a central oversight role at DAS to oversee all of the financial information. And within that, my division is the Division of Accounting Services. I'm the director of that division. And we prepare a lot of the statewide reporting that you are probably familiar with. I gave you a few bullets of what those standard reports are that we issue either on an annual, monthly, quarterly basis. The revenue focus with the unrestricted general education trust funds is probably the one you may be most familiar with. Moving on to page 3. As mentioned, the monthly revenue focus is a snapshot in time of how cash receipts are coming in the door. A lot of that reporting we coordinate directly with the Department of Revenue Administration because they have the largest piece of that collection effort. We don't collect any actual revenues at Administrative Services. For the most part, we do some interagency billing amongst our other state agencies, but as far as outside revenue collection that's coming in from the various state agencies, we compile the information and report on what happened. For the revenue plan that is set legislatively through House Bill 1 and House Bill 2 as part of the biennial budget process. So that's an annual plan for general education, highway fund, and fish and game. Those unrestricted revenues are determined by the legislature, and what we do is work with the state agencies that do the collections to try to best estimate what month those collections will come in, so that we can do the revenue focus as, again, a snapshot in time. But there is no monthly revenue plan stipulated by the legislature. It's an annual plan. And we just track how the monthly receipts are coming in. Anything else that happens significant through other legislation, if it affects unrestricted revenue, we will make footnotes on that plan as well. So on our website for accounting services, I gave you the link where you can find the actual plan as well as the monthly revenue focus reports. On page 4 is sort of a brief timeline of how it generally works in this budget cycle. So hopefully we have a budget by July 1st, and in July, week 1, we issue the final focus cash basis for the previous June, which is the final one for fiscal year 2025, because again, we're on a fiscal year basis starting in July, ending in June each year. Then in July, a little bit later, we issue sort of a preliminary accrual, because what happens is we take cash basis receipts, we convert them to accrual basis, take into account generally accepted accounting principles and timing of revenues, and that is what ultimately lands in the state's audited financial statements, which is referred to as the ACFR. So the Annual Comprehensive Financial Report is what results in these adjustments that we make. So we'll put out also in the July-August timeframe, like I mentioned, we'll be preparing the annual plan for the next fiscal year. And we do that prospectively, so we put the plan out as well as the first report for the first month of the new fiscal year. So that's a lot. I'll stop if there are any questions so far on the process.
Any questions? Seeing none?
Just going to keep
Yeah,
going through.
keep going.
Okay. So on page 5, we'll get into a little bit of the other revenue category, and I'll give you some context on that. So for the general fund unrestricted revenue, we collect about $2 billion a year. Of that, the traditional other miscellaneous revenue sources amount to about 60 million. So just to put it in perspective, it's a very small piece of the overall picture. That is without the interest and surplus escheated property money that the treasurer is going to speak to. So just the regular everyday miscellaneous items that come through as other unrestricted. So these are on slide 5, some of the larger dollars. So I'll get into the dollars on page 6. So page 6, as mentioned, the first 3 lines of this chart is really the miscellaneous other. There is a general other miscellaneous, which is about 200 different small revenue sources, which I've put in the end of the presentation just to give you a sense of what those are, the types of revenues that come in. But you can see there is some variation in this line item. It's not predictable. It is on average about 32 million or so over a course of several years. But any given year, an agency could have something that causes it to go up or go down. So we don't really have a good prediction ability on miscellaneous. The second 2 lines, the reimbursement of indirect costs and post-retirement recoveries, I have a couple slides on those, so we'll get into those. Those are administered and billed and collected by the Department of Administrative Services. So I can speak to a little bit about those further. And as mentioned, the treasurer will cover her 2 line items. So moving on to page 7. This is just a little bit more detailed depiction of what rolls up into miscellaneous other. We track these particular line items monthly as part of that overall revenue focus reporting. We don't put this particular table in the focus, but the bottom line total of this table is what appears in the revenue focus. Some of these you might hear from the other agencies presenting later in this process, because these particular agencies do track and collect these on their own and will set projections as best they can. But what this gives you is sort of a actual of a couple of years where we think we might land for fiscal 25, which we're just right in the middle of right now. And then for 26, 27 is our best guesstimate of where we might be going forward. And I've coordinated with the treasurer, so she'll, again, speak to her line items. But in total, this is what we look like for the 26, 27 budget cycle. Again, these are relatively small, about 50 million, 53 million in total of that $2 billion number. So these don't tend to vary too much. Individual line items, as I mentioned, might And I'll get into that a little bit on the next couple slides.
Question? Representative.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Thank you. Just line 28, the interest projected. Did we use a wrong rate, or was it just that the money was, there was so much more of it, or what? I'm just curious what drove that number.
Yeah, that's the interest on the surplus funds that the treasurer is going to speak to. So
All right.
you'll get the whole detail on that.
Thank you.
Are these all actual numbers or are they numbers in thousands?
These are so they're the total is millions. So of the total line, $50 million. So some of them are 1.2 million. Some of them are the very top line is 731,000. So these are rounded. Generally, you work in millions. So.
Right, right.
Okay, so page 8, I'll just talk about, I'm going to cover what is line 9 on the chart and line 11 on the chart. Those are the cost recoveries that our agency bills and collects from within the state agencies. So the first one is the statewide indirect costs. That's considered the SWICAP plan. And it's just a cost allocation mechanism where we basically bill and collect the central services like my office and the budget office and treasury office and a lot of the central services that serve the entire state. We're all generally funded for the most part, so we recover those costs, a portion of that, from any outside funding, predominantly federal funds. So if agencies are applying for federal grants, they will include a budget for this internal cost as part of reimbursement from the feds. So it does vary. It's on a 2-year cyclical cycle. We do a SWICAP allocation report every year where we calculate the costs, but it's on a 2-year lag. So we have to take actuals based on the time frame because the cost allocation plan gets submitted and approved by the feds. So the federal government has to look at our plan. It has to be based on prior actuals. So with that lag time, it ends up being a 2-year lag. So there is some variation from year to year on what actually occurred and what we submit to the feds for approval. But ultimately, they approve our cost allocation plan. It gets posted on our website. And then going forward, agencies will include those figures in their grant budgets and any other outside funding that is not general fund, because we don't charge ourselves for our general funding costs. So a lot of that happens in my office. We do the calculation, we work with the feds, we work with agencies on what to budget, we submit, we give them their bills, they pay us, and it's all part of the regular budget cycle. So that is the indirect costs. And then on page 9, it's a similar concept on the post-retirement benefits. We have a retiree health budget in administrative services. The bulk of it is general funds. So unless an agency is billed directly for their piece, some of our agencies are, but for those that are generally funded, that is the, again, costs of retiree health. We apply those costs to today's actions because agencies have staffing costs today that are going to have a future cost down the road. So the federal government allows us to apply a rate, again, in those grants and other line items where we need to budget for those costs. And we recover that through an internal process as well. So all of those revenues that you're seeing align with expenditure class lines in the agency budgets. So if any of you are reviewing agency budgets, you'll see those class lines appear as an interagency cost. So we're not paying administrative services, we're paying the general fund, essentially. And it becomes an unrestricted revenue pool to fund all of the various things that are funded through general funds. So those are the 2 line items that really are somewhat material on that chart. And then, like I said, the last 2 pages is just kind of a snapshot of the different types of miscellaneous items that come through the various state agencies that we report on. And that concludes my presentation. If you have any questions.
Thank you. And any questions? Okay, seeing none,
With
everything's
that, I'll hand it over to the treasurer.
Good morning, Mr. Chairman. and members of the committee. For the record, State Treasurer Monica Messapelli, and thank you very much for inviting me back. So today, I'll just provide you with a brief overview of the Treasury Department, and then I'll move to discuss the revenue sources in more detail. So I believe you have a presentation handed out. And I'll begin with just mentioning the Treasury Department has 22 approved positions. There are five unclassified and 17 classified positions. The main, on page 3, you can see the main functions of the state treasury. Treasury operations, we're responsible for the core treasury functions of the state. We collect and we oversee all of the bank deposits and all of the statewide disbursements. And we obviously take care of, we have the relationship with the banks, and we, we perform all of the banking activities, including bank reconciliations. With that oversight, whatever we don't need for current expenses, we do invest, as I mentioned that when I was here last time. We invest all of the funds that we have custody of. So we'll talk about those a little more of the cash activities later in the presentation. And we also are responsible for our debt management activities. We do issue bonds to fund our capital projects for the most part. And then we also responsible for paying debt service, for tracking our capital expenditures to make sure that we are bonding what we need. And we do have some compliance requirements. We do have to monitor our compliance with IRS regulations because we issue tax-exempt bonds. And we also, because we're issuers of municipal securities, we have some disclosure requirements that we have to take care of every year. Also, there are other programs that are specific to state treasuries, and we are we share similar responsibilities with other states. We do have the oversight of the 529 College Savings Program. We do collaborate with the College Tuition Savings Plan Advisor Commission for the program. The program is a very successful program. We are the 4th largest in the country. We have about nearly $28 billion in assets under management in that program. Another program that's very similar to that, but this is for individuals with disabilities, is the New Hampshire ABLE plan. That is a younger plan, and there we recently switched partners. We used to be partners with the state of Ohio. We decided, and I shared this responsibility with the Governor's Commission on Disability, and recently we changed partnerships. We're now members of the National ABLE Alliance. And so we essentially started that the program with that partnership, and we have right now about $1.8 million in assets under management, about just 200 accounts. However, other individuals that were part of the initial program, right now those are Granite Staters have the ability to have accounts, and those are about 1,000 accounts under the stable New Hampshire program. And we also have the oversight of 3 scholarship programs. That is part of, there's a small fee that comes from the 529 plan, and with that, we're able to fund 3 scholarship programs. Again, I'm just going, I'm very broadly discussing this program. I'm happy to provide more information on them, in a different time. And of course, we are responsible for the abandoned property program, which I will cover in more detail using the next slides. So moving on to slide 4. Again, we're responsible for the unclaimed property program, and pursuant to statute, we are responsible for overseeing the reporting and remittance of all unclaimed property, for those to be able to return those funds to the rightful owner. So after a period of a dormancy period of about 5 years, holders of property report that property annually to us. And that can be anything from bank accounts, uncashed checks, securities, stocks, mutual funds, life insurance proceeds, etc. And so those are reported to us on an annual basis, and most of those holders are obviously banks, corporations, utilities, insurance companies. And so in fiscal year 24, we had about 4,500 companies reporting to us, and that was about $31.3 million in property and about $35.6 million in securities. We also have contracts with other firms. Those firms conduct out-of-state audits and multi-state audits. Those companies are able to bring to us about 80% of the property that is reported to us, and whatever we don't return, most of that property is distributed to the general fund. So I'll describe that in a little later in the presentation. So on page 5, it just shows a graph of how we've been, how the reporting has happened over the last 10 years. And so over the last 10 years, we've collected about $222 million in property, and the average is about $22.2 million annually. As you can see, the reporting has increased over the last few years. Just last year was, as I mentioned, $31 million.
If I may stop you for a minute.
Sure.
How much of that does I mean, obviously some of it probably gets returned to people, but how much is there an average each year that actually the state keeps because a certain amount of time has gone by and you haven't found who it is?
Yes, it's pretty consistent. So I don't have the exact percentage, but it's about 17%, I guess, that gets returned to the rightful owner. So the rest really is distributed to a general fund. Actually, in the ACFR, we don't report the entire liability of all the property we own. So as a liability, we report about just in 23. I don't have the 24 numbers, but 23 reported that it was the liability. It was about $28 million. That's really the amount we expect to return. We try to return property. Obviously, the sooner it's reported to us, that's easier to return. The property that is held that is older, obviously, it's more difficult to. It just stays with us.
Mm.
Hopefully that answers your question.
Yes, thank you.
So in total, really, we have about in total unclaimed property, we have about 400 million. And again, as I mentioned, the liability on the books is about 28 million. So as you mentioned, so on page 6, just we're responsible for locating the rightful owner of those properties. So we are required to publish, we publish this annual listing in the Union Leader every year, as you're probably familiar with it. We publish that for 2 consecutive weeks. We also required to send the same listing that is reported to us from the previous year. We send postcards to notify those individuals and companies using the last known address. And so now it's becoming easier to search to claim that property and to search for the property with the system that we're using is called CAPS, Unclaimed Property System. That has provided a lot of automation to this process. And so we have the ability, we have our own website, it's called findnewhampshiremoney.gov. And so when folks go to that website, you have the ability to search property directly into our database. So the claims can also be initiated immediately. So we've been able to return more funds because of the ability to provide all these tools to individuals and companies. We also still have the ability to use missingmoney.com. And just last year, the vendor actually got the contract for missingmoney.com, the same vendor that we use for our unclaimed property system. So now when folks anywhere in the country search for property using missingmoney.com, that they are able to initiate a claim using that website, but it comes directly to our database. So again, a lot of ways to automate have occurred over the last few years. So in fiscal year 24, we returned approximately 12.2 million to citizens, representing about 12,000 claims. So as you can see on page 7, the amount of claims that we've been able to pay have increased over time. So over the last 10 years, we have returned about 72.6 million to owners of property, and it's an average of 7.2 million. But again, we're, over the last few years, we've been able to return more funds. And that is due again to automation, a lot of the ability that most of the states use the same software. So now is very coordinated. Most of the websites look the same. And so if there is a claim initiated in a different part of this, or if there is more outreach being done some other place in the country, then that is really connected, and we ended up returning more property to individuals and companies.
Yes, we have a question, Representative Doucette.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Thank you for taking my question. I'm just curious, is there a time certain that the state can take those assets? Does it have to be a 5-year time period? I'm just curious as to
Yes,
what that
there
is.
is a dormancy period. For the most part, most property have a 5-year dormancy period. So if the holders also have the responsibility to try to return that property, so they do the due diligence that they have to do, and after they try all of that, then they report the property to us, and then we continue with the due diligence.
Follow up.
Just as a follow-up, so these numbers are from proceeds 5 years ago that are being put into the general fund. And I guess secondarily to that question is, does the person whose funds have been claimed have any recourse after those 5 years? Do we have exposure, I guess?
Yes, so the quick answer is yes. So anyone can come at any time to claim their property. So in terms of the dormancy period, and I'll talk about the achievement process in a minute, but so the dormancy period that I was discussing previously is the amount of time that the holders, banks, or other companies have to, if there's no activity during that time, that's when they report to us. But then if we're unable to return, so once it's reported to us, if we're unable to return that property to the rightful owner, then 3 years later, we escheat that money to the general fund. And I'll talk about that in a few minutes. Thank you. So the last thing I'm going to say on that, page 7 is, so there's been a lot of outreach at the national level. And again, because of, they've been there was a program feature on Good Morning America. So every time there's some type of event like that, then our claim activity increases. So again, there's been a lot of outreach over the last few years. So that's why we've been able to return more funds. And just most recently ourselves, in addition to our requirement, we are experimenting with promoting with WMUR. We just started putting a small ad, and we're not clear how that's going to work, but that's something we're experimenting with to try to bring more awareness about our program and to try to return more funds. So on page 8 is just start discussing this achievement process, and it really is just a basic formula that is described on page 8. So funds are remitted to us if we're unable to claim them. Then after 3 years, we start this calculation. So we, of all the property, then we add this, we need to sell the securities that we receive. Those have we have to still wait 3 years, but we don't liquidate those securities until the year we are going to prepare the achievement calculation. So it is the amount remitted plus the securities that we sell during a particular fiscal year. Then we're able to deduct our administrative expenses for the unclaimed property program. And we also send funds to all of the counties. Any property that was remitted that is from a holder and different counties, they get the proceeds, the net proceeds of that property that we were not able to return. So that's really the escheatment calculation. So last year we were able to escheat to the general fund $19.9 million, and to the counties $1.8 million. So page 9 is just a chart of, the top part of the chart is what we have escheated to the general fund related to property that is not securities. That is, we're able to see how much is reported to us each year. So we're able to, that's what's helped us estimate this escheatment amount that the general fund may get every fiscal year. What we're not able to determine right away is how much is going to be the securities that we're going to liquidate. So the table on the bottom is the activity related to the securities that we have sold and the proceeds that we have received. That clearly is linked to the capital markets. So it's very unpredictable to try to estimate that portion of this calculation. For example, and you can see again, it has to do with how the stock market is doing. So, for example, in 2020, that was a very low amount that we were able to achieve related to those securities. So, again, it's linked to the capital markets. So, page 10 is really a chart of what we have escheated to the general fund over the last 10 years. Again, because we've been receiving more property over the last few years, we've been able to achieve more to the general fund. But in general, over the past 5 years, we have achieved $157.4 million to the general fund, which is an average of about $15.7 million. So for the projections for fiscal year 25, 26, and 27, I'm including them in the bottom. But I guess the one piece I want to mention is these estimates are, we use a 10-year average to really determine, to calculate these amounts. The 10-year average has helped us and is pretty consistent. Again, the piece that is very unpredictable is the piece related to the securities that we liquidate. The other piece that is going to be different too going forward is, again, as all this automation is helping us to receive more property, and perhaps we're able to report more funds. Perhaps that trend will change, but we'll keep an eye on that. We'll continue to monitor to see how that's going to impact this escheatment, and again, how much we're able to return and how much we're able to escheat to counties and the general fund. So in essence, that's the unclaimed property program, and that's what the revenue source related to escheatment revenue. Again, this program is not really designed to generate revenue. It's just to stay benefits from the property that we are unable to return. Again, the general fund benefits, during those years of the budget. But again, eventually, owners have the right to come back and request the property. I'll be happy to answer any questions.
I have one question. So let's say somebody didn't claim 1,000 shares of AT&T stock. Once it gets escheated to the state general fund, what does that mean? You have to sell the stock so that you have the cash to put in the general fund?
So when we escheat to the general fund, we liquidate those securities. So if someone comes back later, years later, and it has to do with those securities, we just return the cash.
Okay. The cash at the time of the value at that time.
Yes.
Thank you. Yes, Representative Spar.
Thank you, Chair. You mentioned in the presentation cash and securities. Are there other assets? What about real estate?
No real estate. This is just intangible property. So even, for example, for deposit boxes the banks have, they have to liquidate those proceeds, and if they report that to us, it's going to have to be cash.
Follow? Is there a process for the real estate if it's not claimed, or? I would guess that towns will probably have a share sale because taxes aren't being paid, because most of these are from people who are deceased. and then the town, I guess, would claim those funds. And does that roll up to the state, or does that stay with the town?
I'm actually not familiar with the real estate process. This chapter of the law just covers intangible
Thank you.
property. Thank you.
Okay. Yes, Representative Boers.
Thank you, Mr. Chair, and thank you. On the top of page 11, the first bullet, all state collections or concentrate funds not needed for current expenses are invested in accordance with. So in this year, if we do experience a shortfall, would some of that money be used to cover the shortfall? Is that what that's telling me?
No, but thank you for your question. I think I'll move to the obviously the interest on surplus presentation, if that's okay with you.
Sure.
But to answer your question, all this means is this is a reference in the statute RSA 6A. It just says that we responsible for investing anything that is not needed for current expenses. So the way we interpret that is we pool all our cash. We are responsible for all the collections for the state, and we monitor our liquidity and how much we need, for example, for payroll. The typical expenses are, debt service, MMIS providers, the Medicaid providers, those are large disbursements. So anything that we don't need immediately, then we're able to invest those funds. And for that, we do have our investment policies that guide us of how we are able to invest some of those funds. We still maintain some liquidity. Our policy for operating funds allows us to go out only a year. So we have securities that are invested 3 months, 6 months, 9 months, 12 months. So the average maturity is 360 days.
Very good, thank you.
Thank you. So I think with that, I'll just continue with our cash and investment activities. In addition to, so again, it's we invest all our funds, and the state has been able to generate significant investment income, as I mentioned in the past. But part of what, and clearly, when I was here last time, I showed you a graph of how our cash cycle has changed over time. And again, we've benefited from the revenue surpluses and also the ARPA money that we still hold. So one of the bullets right there is still, it mentions of the $994 million, we still have about $430 million of ARPA money that needs to be spent before December 31st, 2026. So we still invest in those funds and we're benefiting from that. But part of all of our investing, what happens, and because of the way we are able to, there are some dedicated funds that are entitled to receive interest, and so we identify those funds, and even though we pool all of the our cash, those dedicated funds receive their interest allocation, and we do that calculation on a quarterly basis. So sometimes when you see, if you're looking at the revenue focus and you see interest revenue, just keep in mind that at some point we're gonna subtract a portion that it belongs to dedicated funds. And so for the most part, we pool not unrestricted funds. So for example, we invest the Turnpike Fund separately. We invest the SRF or state revolving funds separate. So there's a few funds that we invest separately, but everything else is pooled together to try to maximize the amount of interest that we receive. The other piece that I'm mentioning here is that we subtract banking and investment costs from those investments. So what we report on the revenue focus is the net amount. So again, we're averaging right now about $2 billion in cash and investments, and we also invest in the revenue stabilization, the funds in the revenue stabilization account. So from the revenue stabilization account alone, we're right now we're projected we're going to have by the end of the fiscal year $12 million in investment income. So on page 12, it just shows how our investment income has changed over the last 10 years. Again, the last 2 years we've benefited from the amount of cash that we've been holding. And so last year in fiscal year 24, we created the general fund about $100 million. For fiscal year 25, the picture is changing. And right now we anticipate we're gonna still create the general fund about $80 million. Then again, because of the levels of cash, we anticipate those will change, and also the interest rates and the yields that we're receiving also are expected to decrease. So in 26 and 27, we anticipate about 26 about 53 million, and in 27 41 million. These calculations are based on a lot of assumptions. We're trying to project the average cash that we will hold over a period of, again, the next biennium. And then also we're trying to estimate the yields that, we'll have, the interest rates that we will have over the next 2 years. So again, it has a lot of assumptions. And I think this goes back to the nation question Representative Orris had. When we put together the projections for 24 and 25, we were probably did a really bad job estimating our interest. But at the time, we used the yields that were expected during that biennium. So period of time where the bond market said, oh, I think the interest rates are going to be really low, so starting decreasing. So we use those yields to estimate interest, the interest that we're going to generate. Well, the bond market was really wrong. The Federal Reserve didn't cut rates so soon. So we've been benefiting from those decisions. So the yields that we're using right now are based on the latest projections of the Federal Reserve. But again, that's also subject to change depending on how things change over time. And right now, there's expectation that perhaps only 2 more interest rate cuts are going to happen during the year. But again, that's just based on current information. So that's all I had for this. I'll be happy to answer additional questions.
Representative Elberger?
Thank you, Mr. Chairman, and thank you for taking my question. How much, if any, of the drop in projected interest income is related to the loss or the end of ARPA funds and the interest and dividends tax?
The interest and dividends tax, I think it's a combination of everything. It really is trying to project how much cash we're going to have over the next 2 years for the biennium 26-27. I had to consider the fact that we're receiving less revenues in general, not necessarily interest and dividends tax, but in total, the revenues that the state expects to collect. Based on the way the cash is changing right now, again, less revenues, expenditures have increased over the last couple of years. So just based on that math, we've seen a decrease of about 15% year over year of our cash. So we just I continue to project it that way, assuming we'll continue to decrease it that way. Of course, we may receive more revenue, so maybe the expenditures will freeze. There will be some measures that, at the end, we need to have a balanced budget. So perhaps the idea of depleting 50% of our cash is not realistic, but I'm trying to be conservative. So that's what we used in these assumptions. The ARPA money, it again is part of the equation. We are expected to spend all those monies by the end of 2026. So it's all part of, again, the decrease in average cash balance position that we will have.
Thank you. You're welcome.
Representative Almy?
I'm not really sure how to ask this question, but on the amount of interest on doubled in FY19. And I'm wondering if that's related to the first Tax and Cuts and Jobs Act, which dumped a whole lot of money in 18 into the largest corporations.
That is correct, Representative Almia. During that time, our cash started increasing. We received more revenues during that time, so we had the ability, for the first time, to start investing. For many years, the state, we just had to maintain what we call this compensating balances, just to make sure we had enough balances in our bank accounts to cover banking costs. So for the longest time, that was the Treasury strategy. So during that year, that was the first time after several years that the Treasury started investing funds because of the additional revenue that we received during that period of time.
Representative Ulrich.
Thank you for taking my question. You just stated that you anticipate general decline in revenues across the board, not just from interest and dividends, but from other sources as well. How much of a factor is the increased M2 supply have on reducing the value of the individual dollars, thus inflating numbers all the way around, when in fact the value correlation remains equitable or equal or similar? Can you make that comparison?
Inflation definitely impacts, again, the revenue that we receive, and including the interest rates that we're earning, right? So these are not real, or we're starting to have a real positive rate finally, because of the interest rates that we're increasing. So I'm not sure it relates to the amount of cash that is out there. There's definitely a lot of cash, and just like mutual funds have benefited, and individuals and companies have benefited from the fact that all of this money that was the mutual funds are holding right now, but that's beginning to decrease, and the revenues is really what we've seen again in this fiscal year, is just the fact that some of the revenues are not performing the way we would like them to perform. I think it was expected that they were going to normalize at some point, so that's what we're seeing right now. But I'm not sure it has to do with the amount of cash that is out there. Hopefully that helps.
Little,
Okay.
thank you.
Thank you.
Other questions?
Chair.
Yes, Representative Spar.
Thank you. What is the investment objective of the funds that we have?
Thank you for the question. Yes, so our objectives are very simple. Again, these are operating funds for the most part, and so it's safety, liquidity, and maximizing rate of return. So we essentially, our strategy is to invest in securities and in funds that are extremely safe, like U.S. Treasuries and federal agencies, investment grade credit. And so that's really our priority, to make sure that we are able to meet, again, safety and liquidity are our main priority.
A follow-up? What are your thoughts then on non-fiat based currency as far as investing in that?
It's complicated. It's not something we probably are able to do that right now. Again, we're interested in, my responsibility is to meet current expenses, and then if we're able to generate some investment income, that's what we're doing. I know there is some proposals to try to invest in other instruments.
Crypto.
Correct. And that is not something that I could utilize for this type of monies. There's a lot of volatility in those securities, or those, I guess I'm gonna call them securities right now. And there's a lot of volatility, so they wouldn't be part of a strategy for our operating funds. That, with such volatility, you will have to have the ability to hold funds for a very long period of time to be able to tolerate, again, that volatility.
Thank you.
You're welcome.
Yes, Representative Schamberg.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Thank you, Madam Treasurer, for taking this question. Is your department fully staffed, or are there any positions that need to be staffed so that you can operate the way that you should for the state?
Thank you for the question. Right now, I have one vacancy. It is an abandoned property vacancy, so we're working on trying to. There's a hiring freeze right now, but we think we could utilize the waiver process to be able to fill that position. In terms of if I have what I need for the Treasury, we're a very lean agency. We could benefit from additional personnel, but that's something I'm again exploring. More than anything, what we want to find is efficiencies within our department, within our processes. Try to automate as much as possible. We are with the controller is very familiar with the process of the fact that the New Hampshire the accounting system is being upgraded, so we're trying to utilize all of the new functionality that is coming with that upgrade. So once we able to optimize all of those pieces, then I need to see if I need additional personnel. But thank you, appreciate the question.
Anybody else? Seeing none, thank you both very much.
Thank you very much.
We have about 4 minutes until the next presentation at 11 o'clock. Okay, we're going to get started and welcome the
Oh,
Bureau.
yeah, here it is, 3.9. 4.1.
Okay, for those of you who were wondering why the room was shaking about half an hour ago, there was a 3.9
To
uh,
4.1.
to 4.1 magnitude earthquake. So, anyways, with that, please introduce yourself.
Good morning, members of the committee.
Excuse me, we're getting started.
Okay,
Thank you.
very good. Thank you. And thank you very much for the opportunity to present this morning. As you just mentioned, there was an earthquake when I was finalizing my income projections and my monitor was shaking. I thought it had to do with the numbers, but actually it was the actual earthquake. And not the annex or the parking garage construction right next to my office at the annex. Representative Janigian, thank you very much for the opportunity to be here today. My name is Barry Glennon, and I'm the director of the New Hampshire Bureau of Securities Regulation, which is a division of the Secretary of State's office. I'm accompanied here this morning in the audience by Deputy Secretary of State Aaron Hennessy, as well as Staff Attorney Brian Linares, and appreciate their presence here as well. I was asked by the chair to present a brief description of the Bureau of Securities Regulation, its function, with a particular focus on unrelated, or I should say the related, unrestricted general revenue, as well as revenue estimates for fiscal year 2025, 26, and 27. To provide you just with a brief overview and directing you to page 2 of the presentation packet, I've outlined for you the major functions of the Bureau, and they include the regulatory oversight of broker-dealers and investment advisors, as well as their agents. There really is a really significant population, which I'll mention in just a few seconds, in terms of this regulated area. We're also responsible for the registration of securities that are offered and sold in New Hampshire. We're also responsible for the regular inspection, or one may call audit, of broker-dealer offices and investment advisor offices, branch offices throughout the state of New Hampshire. Investor education is a large component of what we do in terms of reaching out to a wide variety of groups and organizations, as well as TV and radio programming promoting safe investing. And perhaps the most significant portion and activity of the Bureau is directed to enforcement-related activities. This includes handling complaints that have been filed with the Bureau, including investor fraud, misrepresentation, any number of enforcement-related activities or events that may have occurred in the state and filed with our office. As you'll notice on page 3, this provides a brief snapshot of our overall licensing activity in New Hampshire. And as you'll see, this is as of January 1 of this year, that we have 161,250 licensed broker-dealer agents in New Hampshire, which is really a sizable number. They are not all located here in New Hampshire. Approximately 2,500 are, but that is the population of representatives that are licensed to solicit into New Hampshire and offer securities products. We have 2,847 investment advisor firms, as well as 5,670 investment advisor representatives offered that are licensed to offer their services. And we register in excess of 29,000 securities products, that is products sold here in New Hampshire. Of that 29,000, approximately 15,000 are mutual fund registrations. And I'll talk just briefly about those because that has a direct impact on the Bureau's revenue. Referring you to the next slide, is you'll see the Bureau is also responsible for overseeing the branch offices of investment advisors and branch and broker-dealer representatives. So we conduct reviews, audits of those branch office locations on an unannounced basis. They're done and selected based on a risk-based schedule and formula that we have. So we're identifying those that we believe really need to be reviewed, and those who operate, very much within compliance, we'll see them less frequently, but they are done on an unannounced basis by our audit team. You'll also note on the next slide that as far as our enforcement activity, that we handle roughly 70 complaints annually. Now, it may not necessarily sound like a large number, but when it comes to securities-related complaints, they're really quite extensive in terms of a review of the securities activity occurring in those accounts, very intensive type investigations, of which approximately 40 may eventually evolve to an enforcement action by our enforcement team and enforcement lawyers, and actually even go to a full hearing, which is a full, administrative hearing, and they do have a right of appeal to the New Hampshire Supreme Court on any decision that we do render. But I think most importantly, what we do on the enforcement side, and actually the overall Bureau, is to provide information and direction to the investing public. We receive a wide variety of calls each and every day, questions about their brokerage account or something that may have occurred with their investment advisor or a particular solicitation that's going on. We know that there's all kinds of solicitations going on from unregistered people, scam artists essentially. And so people call our office, which we really do like, because that's one way which we're able to convey to them, other than through our investor education, the types of scams and misrepresentation that's going on in the state. So reaching out to the public is really a really critical function of the Bureau. However, on the revenue side, that is equally as critical and important to us, because for one matter, and I should point out that the Bureau of Securities is a self-funded agency, meaning that, and as you know, our budget is not derived from general fund, unrestricted general fund revenue, but rather it's through fines and penalties that the Bureau may receive as a result of its enforcement actions. So we're able to keep the lights on, operate the Bureau exclusively through that means. And also, more importantly, is that our investor education outreach is funded as a result of the fines and penalties that we impose on those that actually break the law. So it really does work out well. Referring to the very last page, as far as our revenue, and certainly the most important information for this committee, I thought I'd just kind of describe the two basic areas where we receive funding through our licensing process. Again, directing you to that page, you'll notice that revenue is derived through broker-dealer and investment advisor licensing fees. And then the second component is through securities product registrations. Last year, in fiscal year 2024, the Bureau generated $21.6 million in firm licensing fees and $22.3 million in securities product registration fees. So that all totaled for $43.9 million in unrestricted general fund revenue. I would ask that you not necessarily be alarmed by our current 2025 year-to-date numbers, as it shows only currently $2.7 million in broker-dealer and investment advisor fees. The vast majority of our licensing, like broker-dealer and investment licensure fees, arrive in January. So you will see that increase, the January number increase by $17.6 million come February 1. And we'll report that to you if you have us back later on in the coming months. A majority of our securities registrations include mutual funds, as I mentioned before. And those renew annually, and approximately during that revenue is received during the months of April and May. of each year. So that number that you see there will increase considerably during the last the last quarter of the fiscal year. However, and I think as you look at the securities registration fees, you will see that the fees seem to slightly contract each year, and they have not increased at the same level as firm and agent licensing fees. And this is largely due to the contraction and consolidation of mutual fund families. Now, I had the opportunity to testify before the committee here, I think 3 or 4 years ago, and I first mentioned this concept that the federal government was, and the SEC was promulgating, called Regulation Best Interest. And what that regulation involves is that whatever products or services that are being provided to a securities client, that it has to be in the best interest of that client. Now, the impact there on mutual fund registration fees and our revenue is that mutual fund companies have had to look at their portfolios, examine those funds, and determine whether or not those mutual funds are really in the best interest of their clients. What fund companies have realized, and what we as regulators and the federal government has also realized, is that some of these mutual funds have really high fees. And so fund companies have looked at those funds and determined that, well, we can offer that product at a lower price to consumers. And as a result, they have eliminated some of their higher priced funds. And I'm speaking just generally, but that's been my observation, that they've reduced that number. And as a result, that has reduced the revenues of mutual funds. So as it impacts the Bureau, and as you can see in my projections, that we'll see a decrease for 2025, and I believe it will level off because fund companies will have concluded their reviews in terms of reducing the number of mutual funds. So we'll see that revenue. I believe I have it somewhere in the area of 22 million going forward into 2026 and 2027, 22,200,000. That could increase, but I'm pretty confident that we will see that level. So I'm not so terribly concerned. However, on the other side, broker-dealers and investment advisors, that population just continues to grow year over year as people get more and more into the market. And so we'll see revenues there, I believe, will increase over the coming years. So that is the financial picture of the Bureau of Securities Regulation. And Mr. Chair, I'd be more than happy to answer any questions.
Thank you. Do we have, yes, Representative Malloy.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Thank you for taking my question. This has to do with enforcement. And when you say an average of 70 complaints or investigations annually, is this mostly about fraud or some kind of, and I have a follow-up.
Thank you very much for the question, Representative. Yes, misrepresentation. And misrepresentation can take any number of forms. It could be the outright misrepresentation of the product to the client, to the customer. It could also be what we see a great deal of unlicensed activity, fraud in the sale, where the person is not registered, licensed to sell securities, yet holds themselves out as some form of expert and then presents the product. Unlicensed activity is a real issue.
Okay. Follow-up?
Follow-up?
The reason I ask that is because I'm an arbitrator with FINRA.
Oh,
And
all right.
it sounds to me like that, what you're talking about is taken care of before it gets to a FINRA level, or is it the other way around?
The client, it's interesting that you asked that question. When it comes to complaints, a person who has an issue with a broker-dealer representative has a couple avenues to follow. If they want to take that particular complaint to arbitration and before you, they're certainly entitled to do that. In fact, a lot of the brokerage contracts require if there is a dispute that they go to arbitration, so they will go to you. A complainant can also come to the state of New Hampshire and to the Bureau and file a complaint. If they're New Hampshire-based advisor, or if the person, one of that 167,000 representatives called into the state of New Hampshire has jurisdiction over that matter. So we will receive that complaint and act on it. So they have they have options.
Representative Schamberg.
Thank you, Mr. Chair, and thank you for taking this question. You said you're self-funded on fines and penalties. What if, just what if, because it's not going to happen, but what if there are no regulation violations for the entire year? Do you have a cash reserve somewhere that?
We do. There is, as I believe, former Secretary of State Gardner addressed that issue when the Bureau was first transferred from insurance to the Attorney General's office and then to the Secretary of State's office, that there is a holdback amount. I believe it's $675,000, which will allow us to operate for at least 6 months or thereabouts into the next fiscal year. However, having been with the Bureau for a couple decades now, we've never experienced that. And I have to knock on wood, as my mom would say, that it will not occur. And the reason why I believe it, Representative, will not occur is that, unfortunately, the amount of fraud cases that we receive, or just the overall fraudulent activity in New Hampshire, is nonstop. New Hampshire is a bit of a target, and for a number of good reasons. Number one, we are an older community in terms of median age, second oldest next to Maine. New Hampshire has a number of retirees who have a lifetime of assets, and therefore they are the target of fraudulent activity, and they are being reached in a variety of ways through mails, but more so on the internet, by way of telephone, in person. So it seems like it's a constant.
Follow up, Mr. Chair.
Follow up?
On your Bureau of Securities Regulations, you say you have over 900 locations in New Hampshire. Can you explain, I mean, just 900 offices, or do you lease, or do you rent, or what do you do?
Oh, I'm sorry, I wasn't clear on that point. When I say 900 offices, those are the branch offices of broker-dealers and investment advisors that operate. Some operate from their home. When COVID hit, a number of branch offices allowed their representatives to move to their home. So we'll actually conduct an exam there.
Just looking at your revenue history, speaking of that, I mean, it's very consistent. I mean, it's between 42 and 44 million roughly over the last 5 years. So, I mean, and then your estimates go up slightly, but it looks very consistent, which that's historically something you've witnessed.
Yes, that is correct. We do hope that, they will continue to increase. And as I had mentioned, I would attribute that to broker-dealer and investment advisor activity, always expanding, always expanding.
Right. Any other questions? Okay, seeing none. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much.
Before we get to the judicial branch, we're going to hear from.
They're not
here yet.
quite here yet.
They're not
so
here yet. Okay.
Hopefully they come in shortly.
Okay. So
I just wanted to take a minute, especially for members who haven't been through this process before. You're getting lots of paper tossed at you, lots of numbers and figures and information, and some of it can be pretty overwhelming. And you're probably wondering, what am I doing with all this? Well, one thing I'm going to do is take the numbers that you're getting and put them in that worksheet that I presented to you last week as part of my packet. So there'll be an Excel sheet that I will hand out to the members. Sometime later this week, you'll get an email from me that would have that in it. Anybody who came before you today with any of their estimates for 25, 26, and 27, I would include into that document. So it starts to pull things into a single place for you. If there's any questions that you have, after you've kind of listened to the agencies or you look at the materials, feel free to let me know or let the chair know, and he can let me know, and then we can chase those down for you as well. I believe the chair has planned next Monday to have the rest of the agencies come in, which would be Health and Human Services, Department of Safety, Department of Transportation, the Department of Justice to talk about tobacco settlement, and Liquor Commission. So they will all come in next week. And then the week after that is when you'll have the big hitter back of DRA to talk about estimates to all the various revenue sources that they collect that the commissioner spoke to last week and the week before. So I just, again, wanted to take a minute because you're going to keep getting these documents, you're going to get emails, and you just to help you understand what happens with the information.
Yes, and what Chris is putting together for us is invaluable. Otherwise, we would be going through each of these handouts that we're getting over the past few days and trying to figure out what is the revenue for each. Chris will put that all into an Excel spreadsheet, which makes it much easier. Of course, you can always refer back to the handouts for additional information, but yeah, what Chris is doing is invaluable for us. Any questions about that for Chris? Of course, he's always available. Well, I shouldn't say always available, but he's available if there's other follow-ups. But
Happy if people stop by the office or send me an email, and you'll get a response back from me. So,
thank you. Yeah. Yes.
You don't just work for this committee or finance committee or the House. You also do the Senate and the executive branch. Is that correct?
not the executive branch, but we do the Senate, and we're nonpartisan, so we work for everybody. And we are assigned to the Finance Committee, and that we do the Ways and Means estimates for the Senate and the House, as well as I do the capital budget. So I'll be next door fairly soon. In the next couple of weeks, you'll see me maybe bouncing out of here to run next door to help them with some things.
Just modifying your always available.
Well, I said he was always available, and then I corrected myself. I just said he's available.
No, I wasn't. Others that may think they can just walk in.
All right. Thank you, Chris.
I
Did you
hope
have
that
anything?
Judish will be here shortly.
Okay.
They were told to be here or asked to be here, if they could be 10 minutes early, but they may be
Yeah.
delayed.
Okay. Thank you. Actually, while I have a minute here, and before Cyril leaves, let me just mention that, and I'll probably mention this at the end again, I suppose, but just in case people should leave earlier. Next week, obviously, is not. Next week's not in the calendar yet. Next week, I think, and the week after, so that would be. I should look at a calendar here. No, I mean an actual calendar. 10th. Okay. So right now I am thinking that both those weeks we may need to meet 3 days. We may need to meet Monday, Tuesday, and Wednesday. And the reason for that is that unlike some committees that are just working on bills, we are working on revenue estimates and bills in the first year of our biennium. Second year of biennium, we'll only address the revenues if they seem like they're way off from where we expected, and therefore we'll just be working on bills. But I think we need, and the reason for the 3 days is that the governor's budget will be presented. I don't know if we have a date yet. It's February 13th or 14th, somewhere in there, or 12th, somewhere between the 12th and the 14th. So we need to, we'll need to get ours out shortly after that. And to be in a position to do that and to work on some bills at the same time, the only way I see us being able to do that is to meet Monday, Tuesday, Wednesday, the week of February 3rd and the week of February 10th. It's not in the calendar yet, but I just want to give you all a heads up that that's what I'm thinking at this moment. Thank you. Okay. Hi, thank you. The time being 11:30, we'll get going on the judicial branch. And if you could introduce yourself.
Now is it? Oh, it's on.
Yeah.
Good morning. My name is Donna Raymond. I'm the fiscal manager of the judicial branch. Director Martin was unfortunately unable to make it, so I will be presenting in her place.
If you could pull that whole microphone assembly closer to you, that'd be,
That better?
yeah.
Good. Okay. So I'll walk you through the packet, and obviously feel free to ask any questions that you have. Just as an overview, our mission of the courts is to provide accessible service and independent administration of justice to all we serve. There are 4 main areas of the judicial branch headed by the Supreme Court. There's also, which is an appellate court. The Superior Court is also an appellate court. Also Circuit Court and the Administrative Office of the Courts, which handles the managerial aspects of the judicial branch. In terms of our unrestricted revenues, it's really in a few major areas that we collect revenues that deposit to the general fund or the highway fund. Motor vehicle fines, criminal fines, and then the penalty assessments on those fines. Entry fees, which are causes for action, and then records research requests, and then miscellaneous, which is a lot of little things, copies, certifications, that type of thing. In terms of the fines, motor vehicle and criminal, motor vehicle fines are imposed by either state police or local police. They're collected by Department of Safety. And they're also known as plea by mail, those that can be paid directly to the Department of Safety. Certain higher infractions have to go to the courts. They are mandatory to go to the courts. But the vast majority of them are plea by mails. And those, as I said, Department of Safety collects. And then there are those motor vehicle and criminal fines that are collected by the courts. Excuse me, motor vehicle fines that are collected by the courts. So either an individual requests a hearing on a plea by mail, or they must appear. And all motor vehicle fines have been deposited to the Highway Fund, which is an unrestricted fund, since fiscal year 2010. In terms of criminal fines, those are imposed by the courts, and they can be collected by Department of Corrections field offices. If an individual is on probation or on parole, the Department of Corrections collects those fines. They can also be collected by the courts. And after a sentence is passed down, the courts make every effort to collect at the time of the hearing. And then if they can't pay, we do a time payment plan with them. And we do charge a setup fee for the time payment plans. And all criminal fines are deposited to the general fund.
Question, Mr. Chair.
Yes, from Representative Schamberg.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. On the motor vehicle fines imposed by state and local police, no fine money comes back to the local community for what the police department, local police departments do?
Not on motor vehicle.
Not on motor vehicle.
There are some, right, there are other types of fines that they may assess. The portion of it goes to them, but not with motor vehicle. That is correct.
Representative Elmy.
Thank you. When you say collected by the Department of Corrections, does that money show up in the corrections on revenues rather than in the courts?
I'll have to get back to you on that.
Because that's what happens with Department of Safety ones.
Yeah. Let me double check with you. I know we get a report on what they collect, but whether or not it shows up for us collecting it or them, I'm not sure. But either way, it deposits to the general fund.
Thank you.
And then penalty assessments. As I mentioned, they're levied on fines for criminal offenses, motor vehicle violations, violations of municipal ordinances. And it's currently $2 or 24% of the fine. I've never seen a $2 charge, so that's usually 24% of the fine. And that means if you got a $100 fine, you'd actually be paying $124. they're tracked separately. Obviously, the $100 goes in the fine bucket. That goes to the general fund. The $24 is now in the penalty assessment lane, and that gets split 3 different ways. So currently, with penalty assessments, 2/3 of the amount goes to the general fund. Prior to that time, it had been deposited with police standards and training. They now get general funds instead, and we deposit this to the general fund. The remaining 1/3 is actually split 1/6 to the Department of Justice's Victims Assistance Fund, and the other 1/6 goes to the judicial branch's IT dedicated fund. Both of those funds are restricted funds. In terms of collections,
Can we,
of-
we have a, I'm sorry,
Oh,
we
sorry,
have a
yeah.
question. Representative Elmy.
yes,
Same question. Are these penalty assessments also on the fines that are levied by the Department of Safety and
Yes.
Corrections?
any motor vehicle, there's a penalty assessment is assessed on it. Any criminal fine, yes. In terms of the collection of fines, individuals who fail to pay court-ordered motor vehicle fines are defaulted through the Department of Safety. They send a warning notice to the individual. If the fine remains unpaid, their license and registration are suspended. We have reciprocity with some states so that we can track people who don't pay these fines. And then we also collect a $50 administration fee when the fine is paid to clear the default. And that also goes to the general fund. And arrest orders are issued for unpaid fines in misdemeanor and felony cases. Then the other big bucket of fees that we collect are entry fees. And they are set forth by court rule, so the court determines the amounts, not legislation. And they range from $45 to $225 depending. And they're landlord-tenant claims, small claims, family, civil. And the distribution of entry fees, though, is set by statute. So we set the amounts, but the distribution of those amounts is set in statute. And currently, 64% of entry fees are deposited to the general fund. And the balance are deposited into restricted funds that the judicial branch holds. 30% of it into our IT dedicated fund, and 6% to the facilities escrows fund. And judges may waive filing fees if they feel the person is unable to pay the amount of the entry fee. And then we have you'll see the category of costs on the following slide, but the majority of the revenues in the other fees revenue is made up of records research fees conducted by the circuit court. 100% of that revenue goes to the general fund. The fee is for electronic searches, and it's currently $20 per name for the first 5 names, and then $5 per name for each additional name. And motions and petitions also make up other fees, and those fees range from $25 to $250. In terms of other fees, I would say the records research fees makes up the bulk of it, probably around 70 to 75% of what we collected. It's in the $8 million range in that category of fee. A $25 surcharge is added to some cases, but not to others. So it's not added in criminal cases, juvenile, DV, stalking, small claims, that type of thing. And again, if there is a payment plan to be set up, we charge a setup fee of $25 to do so. And the next slide is a broader history of the unrestricted revenues that the courts have collected since 2017 up through fiscal year 2024 actual. And the other fees is probably the only category where we've seen a steady increase that's of a significant amount. Default fees collected by safety have steadily declined. And I think you see that also reflected in the highway fund motor vehicle amounts that have just decreased over the years. I think part of that is due to the pandemic. We have more work from home. The default fees that the courts collect, you saw an increase, and then we've sort of seen a steady decline since fiscal year 2022. And I think part of that is attributable to the fact that the courts are making more efforts to use technology to remind people when they have to show up to court. We send them text messages now the more they remember, the less they're going to be defaulted. So we see a decline in that revenue stream as a result of trying to be more proactive in getting them to appear in court. Does anyone have any questions on this slide?
Representative Ors.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I'm sorry, I missed, what category was that last one you were speaking to? The decline?
Oh, I was talking about default fees collected by the courts. So you see, it's like the fourth one down from the
Yep,
bottom.
I see it.
Yeah, you see it kind of, it went up for a while, but then it's sort of been steadily declining after 2022.
Thank you.
Any other? No? No other questions?
And then the following slide focuses more on recent activity. So we have fiscal year 2024 actual, what we've recognized through December 31 of this fiscal year, what we're projecting for the second half of this fiscal year, and then what we're projecting for 26 and 27 based on what we've seen in the last few years. So unfortunately, it's not showing an expectation of much of an increase. Pretty much holding steady, I think, with what we've seen over the last couple of years for the most part. The following slide, to the extent it's helpful, gives a more detailed description of what is in each of these categories of fines and fees. And then the last slide is who to contact if you have any questions.
Any other questions? Yes, Representative Spar.
Your projections are basically saying it's flat. How many of these fees are, or how are these fees increased? Is it through the legislative process or is it done internally?
Right, the fees themselves are, well, we're not talking fines now, we're talking fees. Those are set by the court. So we have, depending upon the type of thing that you're doing, whatever motion you want to have the court hear, there is a fee associated with it, and the court sets those. The last time the court increased those fees en masse was fiscal year 2013. So it's been a while. But what we find too is the more you increase these fees, the less people, do some of these because it becomes cost prohibitive. So we try to strike a balance between what we think people can afford and what we can charge.
Question? Representative.
I have to ask it. You're talking about the New Hampshire Supreme Court sets the fees, or is it the court of jurisdiction itself that sets the fee?
No, I think the Supreme Court has to bless it. So they wouldn't be, the circuit court would obviously be best to know what its fees are. But I don't think it does it in a vacuum. There is a process by which these things have to be approved.
Anything else? Any other questions? Seeing none, thank you very much.
You're welcome.
Chris, you gonna have something else for us, or are you?
Yes.
Okay.
I just wanted to respond to Representative Almey's question around the corrections collecting revenue. That gets bucketed in with other revenue that was talked about earlier this morning. So that gets deposited. It's one of the 200 various revenue sources that you see there. The other piece I wanted to mention to you as well is when you look at the courts, page 11, so starts with the numbers. There's a line called penalty assessment just before the blue line. When you do your revenue estimates, we're going to back that number out because that number is already included in the other revenue category. So penalty assessment comes from the courts and it comes from Department of Safety. For years, it was used to fund the Police Standards and Training Council. About 3 or 4 budgets ago, it became a general fund source because it wasn't generating enough fee revenue to support the council's activities. When they did that, it was set up as kind of a separate flow in and not included as court revenue. So we continue to back that out so you have a better picture of what's truly going to come from the courts directly versus what's going to show up in the other revenue category. So I just wanted to make sure the committee understood that. And if you had any questions that, while Donna was here, I wanted to let you know this.
Thank you, Chris. Oh, do you have a question, Representative Schamberg?
Yes, thank you, Mr. Chairman. Back to the setting the fees again. Is it based upon the court's operating costs that the fee is raised, or fuel, lights, things like this? It just, I'll let you try to answer that one.
Yeah, as I said, the last time it was done was in fiscal year 2013, and really those entry fees deposit to the general fund. So it's not like we keep that money, and for ourselves, and say it offsets some of our other expenses. The courts are primarily generally funded, and I think most of it comes from property tax revenue, I believe. So there isn't a direct relationship between saying we'll collect this money it will help our bottom line. It doesn't work that way.
Representative Elmy.
Thank you. How does that come from property tax revenue?
Oh, I thought it. Oh, I guess it's unrestricted general fund revenue. Yeah, yeah. And we also receive $2 million of highway fund each year.
Do you have a follow-up?
I was just asking Tom, thank you, Chair. Who's pushing the courts? Who at the courts determines the fees, or how's that process work, do you know?
I'm not involved in setting those fees, so I don't really know. I believe it would be the administrative judges and the administrative heads of the circuit court and superior court having discussions about this.
Okay, thank you.
But I'll try to find out for you how that's driven.
Thank you.
And we have a question from Representative Almy.
It's not really a question.
Okay.
It's a comment.
All right.
There were a period of about 4 terms when the state Senate decided to put up the amount of money that the courts were going to bring in every year, and every year it didn't happen. The courts are looking at what the people that they're working on adjudicating against, or whatever I should call that, can afford to pay, unlike other things that we do.
Okay, thank you. All right. I think that does it. Thank you very much. Yeah, let me just see. All right, so we are done for this morning. We'll come back at 1 o'clock to continue presentations. And as you all know, at 3 o'clock, we'll have our exec session. Thank you. Okay, the time being 1:02, we will get started on our presentations, and we'll start with the insurance department. What is this? Oh. Hello, welcome.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Good afternoon to you and members of the committee. For the record, my name is DJ Betancourt. I have the pleasure of serving as the Commissioner of the New Hampshire Insurance Department. I'm joined this afternoon by some of my colleagues. Here at the table is Amy Duhame. She runs our tax division. Behind me is Deputy Commissioner Keith Nyan, and next to him is Assistant Commissioner Jason Dexter. So again, it is a pleasure to be here with you this afternoon. We don't get nearly enough time with you. We're usually hanging out with your colleagues over in House Commerce, dealing with our policy issues. But obviously, we have a great deal of respect for the work that you all have to do, particularly as it pertains to the insurance premium tax, which is the obvious reason that we are here today. I hope all of you have the presentation that we put together for you. I was very remiss in neglecting to also introduce Jennifer Smith, our legislative director. She did a great job of putting these materials together with the team. So I'm going to follow along with the presentation. We will obviously divert from that when key points come up, and then hopefully we've left plenty of time at the end for any questions that you might have. So very briefly, a bit of background on the New Hampshire Insurance Department. So the department's mission is to promote the public good by ensuring the existence of a safe and competitive insurance marketplace through the development and enforcement of New Hampshire insurance laws, and I would mention administrative rules as part of that as well. And we are committed to doing that work in an honest, effective, and timely manner. The department, as you may know, is a self-funded agency. We are funded via an assessment to the insurance carriers who are doing business in the state of New Hampshire. That assessment is levied on a per capita of the premium that that particular company writes in New Hampshire. So as you might imagine, there are some companies that are paying more in that assessment than others. The New Hampshire Insurance Department was established in 1851. It was the first insurance department established in America. So the next time you are over at the Barley House for trivia night, you will now know where the first insurance department was established, right here in New Hampshire in 1851.
The Barley?
I don't know, back in the day, they used to have the trivia night. I don't know, you guys know that better than I do at this point. But in any event, the next point on the slide there is obviously where the insurance laws for the state are housed, codified through RSA 400 through RSA 420Q. I am tasked as insurance commissioner with the enforcement of the insurance laws of the state, and that includes the collection of the insurance premium taxes, fees, and regulation of all insurance companies, producers, and adjusters. Producers, by the way, is a fancy term for agents and brokers. So, a brief overview of the various units within our department. Again, we've tried to make sure that we've highlighted the ones that directly pertain to the revenues that the department brings in. So we license all of the companies, producers, as I've said, which is a nice term for agents and agencies, as well as adjusters and other insurance entities, including TPAs that are doing business in New Hampshire. So our licensing unit handles that. We also review forms and rates. We approve or not approve policy rates and forms. Much of that is influenced by what is happening in the insurance market. We're going to talk a pretty good amount about that today. It's important to note at this point to kind of set expectations. People think that I have a little bit more power than I actually do. I do not, as insurance commissioner, have the ability to disallow a company's rate simply because I do not like it. Our actuaries assess rates looking through two specific tests. First is, are the rates actuarially sound? Which is to say, are they appropriate for that company to be able to pay claims and to remain financially healthy? So what we're trying to avoid there is a company coming in and attempting to undercut a market by coming in with artificially low premiums, which again leads to financial distress for that company, inability to pay claims, and then ultimately for there to potentially be sticker shock to the consumer when in the next year they come up for renewal and their nice low premium is now significantly higher because they've drawn these people in with artificially low rates and now they're getting whacked. The other test that we consider is whether or not they are discriminatory. And I think that you all can imagine the types of things that we're talking about. So I do not have the ability to say, I don't like X, Y, or Z's premiums because they're up whatever percent. We here in New Hampshire have a very competitive marketplace. We expect that the free market system will address if a company wants to come forward with a 40% rate increase, the people who do business with that company are going to look at that and think to themselves, it's probably a good time for me to shop my coverage. And so those consumers will migrate to a different company who has more affordable, more appropriate rates. We also provide market oversight. So again, our financial analysis, our financial regulation unit looks to ensure that the companies are financially healthy. Obvious reason for that is it's difficult for an insurance company to pay claims if they're bankrupt. So we make sure that they do not do that. We also provide a market conduct analysis and examination of how the companies are operating in New Hampshire. Two broad categories of that, property and casualty and life and health. Again, those are very, very broad categories of products. But in each of those units, there's a market conduct team that will actually go in when there's an examination, embed themselves into that company, review files for that company with an eye towards whatever issue it is that we are examining. They'll go through, make notes of all of the violations of state law. At the end of that, we not only bill them for the pleasure of our company for having conducted that exam, but then there'll obviously be a fine or some sort of accountability for the violations that were found, and then there'll be a corrective action plan. The market conduct exam is truly the big bazooka regulatory tool that my department has to bring to bear to ensure that companies are in compliance with the law. We also investigate and prosecute insurance fraud. Again, in case you're curious, the most common type of insurance fraud that takes place is when people choose not to have auto coverage, they get into a car accident, and then they try to get themselves a policy that will cover the accident that took place when they didn't have coverage. My team is incredibly talented and skilled at snuffing that kind of thing out, so please don't do it. Encourage your constituents not to do it. We will find out about it, and it's not a pleasant experience for them. We also do enforcement, so I present it this way. The fraud unit looks at illegal actions that are being taken by the public against industry. The enforcement unit looks at the industry not following the law against the public. And a lot of what enforcement looks at are those producers, are those agents, agencies, and brokers who are not doing what they're supposed to do, individuals within insurance companies, again, who are not doing what they're supposed to do. So they will launch investigations into that. And there are oftentimes fines associated with those violations. We also conduct public hearings, the most prominent of which include our workers' compensation premium rates, which for, I think, the last 16 years here in New Hampshire have gone down. That's obviously great news for our small business community. I can't take any particular credit for that. The credit goes to the business community here in New Hampshire that has taken a very serious commitment to workplace safety. They've embraced technologies that ensure that the workplaces are safer, that the tools, the mechanisms that their workers are engaged with are safer. And they're also to be credited for the fact that when somebody is hurt on the job, they are moving that process along very expeditiously to get that person the care that they need and to get them back on the job. We also host on an annual basis a public hearing to discuss the cost drivers and trends around the cost of health insurance premiums. Additionally, we obviously, as the mission statement implies, work to protect consumers. We have a consumer division in our department. Those are 7 individuals who all day, every day that they come to the department are taking in inquiries and calls from the public. The department receives approximately 7,000 calls per year. Of those 7,000, 6,000 of them are constituents with questions about some aspect of their policy. Unfortunately, the nature of insurance is such that when the consumer needs to engage their insurance policy, almost certainly something bad has happened to them. They've wrecked the car, tree has fallen into the house, family member or loved one has passed away. Now they're scrambling to find that life insurance policy, understand what they're supposed to do next. There's all sorts of complicated terms within that policy. And now, because of that something bad having happened, they're in a heightened state of stress. They're trying to wade through an incredibly complex document. It's completely understandable that they're not going to be clear about particular terms and provisions. So our consumer division helps to work the consumer to get to a better understanding, or at least help them understand the next steps that they're supposed to take given whatever situation they're in. The other 1,000 calls turn into formal complaints against their insurance carrier. And again, our consumer division will triage those on behalf of the consumer. If they are a more complex or serious nature, again, they will get passed along to our enforcement unit or our market conduct units. We also provide expertise and support to you here in the legislature, as well as stakeholders and the public. We provide data and statistical analysis of, again, healthcare costs and premiums. We, in the last year, have established within the department a new data analytics unit that looks at important trends in data and statistics, both sides of the house. They're dedicated to doing that. I've affectionately nicknamed them the math nerds. They're great, but they are a tremendous resource, as I've said, to not only you, but to the public and to stakeholders as well. We administer and analyze the Affordable Care Act as the federal government has asked us to do, and as is appropriate. And then again, we enforce the laws and rules that promote financially sound principles to provide consumer protection. Amy here is in charge of collecting premium taxes, fees, and enforcement penalties. All of that go to the general fund. And then in addition to that, we participate in not only your legislative process, but also we are active members of the National Association of Insurance Commissioners. Important entity. Insurance is the last bastion of the American economy that is predominantly regulated at the state level. And I think that we've done a good job of that. I think the states overall have done a good job of that. Again, the mission is consumer protection. And the states are obviously in a much better position to be able to act quickly, to be able to better detect trends that they are seeing in their states, and to make adjustments or to take protective actions for consumers far faster, far more efficient than the federal government is built to do. But to ensure that companies are not having to deal with a vastly different patchwork of regulatory environments from one state to another, the National Association of Insurance Commissioners was established to help there be some uniformity in the rules and regulations that companies have to abide by. There are always going to be nuances between the states. We like that. New Hampshire wants to be independent and do things our own way that best work for our state and our constituents. But again, the NAIC helps to make sure that there is some uniformity that allows for companies to be able to do business with more ease, so that ultimately our consumers can have access to a wide array of products that they need for either themselves, their families, or their businesses. So, as we look to the revenue projections that we have given you in the past, I want to provide you with a little bit of a background as to what the department has experienced, what we have seen in our insurance market, that gives you some background as to why you're seeing the numbers that you are seeing. So first, I want to say that obviously this committee appreciates more than anyone that this is hardly an exact science. You do the best you can with the information that you have available, with the trends that you've identified, and you try to see and project out where all of that is going to go. I will say too, in a former life, I was sitting where you were sitting, literally, on this committee, and I know that the conversations are always a lot easier if I come to you and say, bad news of a sort, we said we were going to collect X, and in fact we collect X amount over what we gave you, rather than me coming to you and saying, oops, we didn't collect quite as much as we anticipated. Good luck with all of that. I would always rather be a little bit more on the conservative side than to not meet the numbers. So again, making this process for us a little bit more difficult is we're trying to make projections for approximately $7 billion worth of written premium spread over 1,300 companies across all lines of business here in New Hampshire. And so again, that is sometimes a difficult task when, again, you're trying to analyze specific market dynamics and trends and challenges. So the other thing that Amy will get into, and again, why we try to be a little bit cautious here, is that the carriers are required to pay their estimated tax liability in advance as a percentage of the prior year's written total premium, and then reconcile any difference at the end of the tax period. So as you can appreciate, the nature of paying that liability on a pre-collection basis introduces additional uncertainty. And this was especially so in the past when we were dealing things like what was the impact of the pandemic going to be precisely on the insurance industry, what was Medicaid redetermination going to look like, and what impact was that going to have? When were we going to get back to some sense of normalcy? And because of the way this all works, when the number that we give you is off, it represents essentially a double hit. One from the previous year and again for the current year. So again, that's why we try to be very cautious when we are providing you with all of these numbers. And then in addition, as you can see, I think the graphic you have there stretches back to fiscal year 2015. For a number of years, we saw a decline from the previous year's aggregate estimate. And so we obviously didn't know exactly how to take that into account and to factor in how that may go and play out in the future. So again, we're going to get into some of the broader issues that were present both in the past and in the future. One of those issues is the industry is currently experiencing what we call a hard market. Hard market is a technical insurance term that basically says that the demand for current lines of coverage are at traditional levels or higher, but the access to that coverage is more restricted. And so at that point, you have a basic supply-demand dynamic take hold in which what is left of that coverage is obviously more expensive. Now, again, I'll get into this in a little bit more detail later, but on the one hand, you would think to yourself, well, if the cost of that coverage, if the premium for these coverages is higher, then that should yield more insurance premium tax revenue. And in a vacuum, that is true. But what you have to account for is how do those higher premiums factor into consumer behavior? And so, for example, if premiums are going up for the basic core coverages that people need, such as home and auto, do people start assessing, you know, maybe I don't need that life insurance policy anymore. I'm now in my mid to late 60s. My children are grown. They're in their professions. They're making good money. I can let my life insurance policy lapse. For those families or individuals who have multiple vehicles, maybe they say, I've got the vehicle that I use for the vast majority of my travel, but I've got the nice play vehicle, if you will. I'm just going to go ahead and let that sit in the garage for a year and not cover that car. So consumers will make adjustments to account for their particular financial situations, which again counterbalances the, again, in a vacuum, which should be additional IPT revenue because of those premiums going up. And so we have to factor all of that in, which we certainly have tried to do in the past. Again, when you're looking at PNC, we had to factor in what was the disruption to supply chains going to be coming out of the pandemic. I can tell you that they are certainly better than they were when they were really disrupted during the pandemic, but they're not back to normal yet. Again, when you're looking at the health side of things, we didn't know exactly what the Medicaid redetermination process was going to look like, how fast that was going to go, whether those people were going to be eligible for individual market coverage with the enhanced subsidies, or whether they were going to bounce back and forth with respect to eligibility. So again, all of that factored into why some of the numbers in more recent years were a bit low. Now, I inherited the numbers up until the adjustment that we made not all that long ago, but let me say that I supported the decision of the previous commissioner to have estimates that were very low for the reasons that I've previously explained. But when we became very, very confident that the numbers needed to be adjusted, it needed to be adjusted upward, we took that action in full transparency, and because we as a department pride ourselves on ensuring that we are giving you accurate information, and the most accurate information that we have available at any given time. So again, I'm going to get a little bit more into some of those factors that are driving the current market, that are playing into the numbers that are before you today for the next budget. But for now, I'll pass it back over to Amy.
Okay, thank you, Commissioner. Thank you for having me today.
If I may interrupt for a minute, I
Yes.
think we have a question for the commissioner. Yes, Representative Ohm.
Thank you, Commissioner. Nice to see you again.
Nice to see you.
My question relates to some of the national trends that may affect the New Hampshire market. For example, the floods in the southeast, the fires in California. We're not normally affected by those kind of phenomenon, but does it affect our market for insurance here in New Hampshire?
Yes. The short answer to that is yes. And I'll dive into it now and spare you, I guess, a little bit later. What is driving the current market to be a hard market is a very difficult stew of factors, some of which will change and abate over time, and some we are going to have to account for in the long term. So things that will change, that will abate, are things like inflation, things like interest rates, things like supply chains. And from what we've observed so far, while inflation on paper seems to be coming down, there's a lag that takes place within the insurance industry that makes the experience for the consumer as it pertains to inflation delayed from when the rest of society may see it, say, at the grocery store or in other walks of their life. Interest rates are interest rates. Again, I mentioned supply chain, while certainly better than it was during the pandemic, not back to pre-pandemic conditions. If any of you have a European car and need a particular part, you know, oftentimes you are waiting a very long time for that part. What does that mean? That means that you're having to access your rental vehicle, which your insurance carrier covers and pays for a longer period of time. That increases cost, puts upward pressure on premiums. The other thing, so those are kind of the things that, again, are cyclical, will abate over time. We understand that it's going to be different in the future. Things that we are going to have to contend with for the long term is the amount of technology that is going into vehicles and into homes. Now, the vast majority of that technology is such that we embrace it. They're safety measures. We want people to be as safe in their vehicles and in their homes as humanly possible. Then, yes, there are some luxury items. For a long time, I was driving around in a vehicle all summer with no air conditioning. I'm cheap. I didn't want to fix it. I didn't need it. I just rolled down the windows. My wife, on the other hand, has a vehicle that gives her a back massage as she's going up Route 93. All of that is to say, whether the technology is safety-oriented or luxury-oriented, it's more expensive. And so when those things break, the cost to repair them is higher, and the expertise needed to fix it, to do the actual work, is more expensive. So those are things that, again, unless people want to go back to the Model T or the Fred Flintstone mobile, that's going to be something that we have to contend with into the future. That is not going away. Representative Ohm, the big thing that is here, presumably to stay for a long time, that we have very, very little control over, is the impact of these catastrophic weather events. And I can tell you, I'm not here in any way, shape, or form to get into a discussion as to the causes of climate change or what should be done about it. That is your job, Congress's job, the jobs of presidents and prime ministers and everything in between to deal with that. That's not my role as insurance commissioner. What my role is to tell you is that statistically, the data is undeniable that the severity and frequency of these storms is more and more prevalent, some of which capture the headlines, such as the hurricanes that wipe out Florida or the Carolinas or the Gulf Coast, or the horrific wildfires, such as we've seen in Los Angeles. And let me say that that latest incident is going to be very impactful on the industry in ways that we're not yet able to specifically predict. But certainly those types of incidents are tragedies under any circumstance. But it is certainly a particular challenge for the insurance industry, given that those wildfires took place in one of the most expensive real estate markets in the world. And so when companies are having to pay out those massive claims, it has an impact on their overall financial health, as well as their ability to access affordable reinsurance. And so how that plays out is a spreading of that pain across the country, and ultimately leads to higher premiums for consumers. And so those are the main pillars of the current hard market that we're experiencing. Again, all of these things are accounted for in the numbers that we're giving you for the next budget. But the short answer to your question, Representative, is yes, they do. And what exactly we do about that, I don't know.
Could I ask a follow-up on that?
Sure.
If your insurance company is a smaller insurance company that serves the local market, New England, maybe around the New England area, could that company possibly offer better insurance rates because they're not affected by the California fires?
Certainly they could. I mean, there's a business opportunity for them, to be sure. But it's not as easy as simply saying, you know, traditionally in the past, we've offered personal lines auto and some commercial auto, but because of what's just happened, you know, we're going to break into the homeowners insurance market and all of that. It's not that easy because they've got to go through the process with our department of expanding into those markets and again, demonstrating to the department that they have the financial health and the financial reserves needed for them to be able to expand their operations into those markets.
Representative Ullery.
Good to see you again.
Good to see you.
I hope the kids are doing well.
They're driving me crazy, but they're doing well.
Could you, just following on the same train of thought, the reinsurance market is actually where our local insurance companies get hit the hardest.
That's right.
And as to the comments that were made earlier, if a local insurance company is truly local, then they can isolate themselves from national events or even international events, depending upon the size of the company and all that. But you have the Barclays of the world, which reinsure, the Lloyds, which reinsure, they get hit on something on 12,000 miles away, literally halfway around the world. Can affect our market.
100%.
It can just,
Yeah.
for those that are unaware.
It's a really important point that you raise. So let me give you the most simplistic explanation of reinsurance that I possibly can. Reinsurance is insurance for insurance companies. So insurance companies will say, in any given year, we're going to cover all losses up to X number of million or billion. And then any losses that come in over that amount, the reinsurer is going to pay those claims, will cover those claims. Reinsurance companies are large global companies. Representative Ulrich just mentioned some of the most prominent ones. I would add Swiss Re into that conversation as well. They're not isolated to any given state or any given country. They have to deal with everything that is playing out across the globe in many, many cases. And so when you're talking about a small local or regional company, it's going to have an impact in terms of cost on their ability to pay the premiums for their reinsurer, or in some cases to be able to keep their reinsurer at all. When I go to national conferences, I will occasionally be pulled aside by a company who will say, Commissioner, I just want to give you a heads up. Unfortunately, we're going to have to stop writing in New Hampshire. We just want you to know that we love New Hampshire. It's nothing that you've done. It's nothing your legislature has done or governor. It's just we've lost our reinsurer. And so we're working aggressively to find a new reinsurer. And as soon as we do that, we'll be back, and we can't wait. All of that plays into it as well. So it's a really good point, Representative. Thank you.
Representative Murphy.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Thank you. We're the second oldest state in the United States behind Maine, and my concern is what, if anything, can be done to protect the consumer from large premium increases on long-term care.
Boy, oh boy, how much time do we have for this, Mr. Chairman?
We are getting tight on time.
Long-term care insurance is a huge problem. And again, I'll try to be attentive to time. When long-term care insurance was in its heyday, when it was going gangbusters in terms of sales, this was back in the 80s and 90s. And the actuaries for the companies, big ones like Genworth, for example, were looking at these products and making assumptions on them. They made the assumption that people would treat long-term care insurance the same way they treat life insurance, which is to say, typically in life insurance, you'll get to a certain age and you'll say, okay, as I kind of described before, I'm at a point now in my life where my family's going to be okay financially when I go. And so at some point, they're going to let their premium lapse, their policy lapse. They made that assumption about long-term care, and in fact, the exact opposite took place. The older people got, the more tightly they hung on to their policies, because the mentality was, I'm getting older, I'm feeling older, my day may be coming when I need to access assisted living or a nursing home or whatever the case might be. And so they vastly underpriced the product. They did not put provisions in those policies to account for inflation. And so a lot of those companies are now in serious financial trouble. The NAIC and here in the state have brought forward a number of initiatives over a number of years to try to protect consumers from that. Unfortunately, the Supreme Court here in New Hampshire struck down a number of the protections that we attempted to put in place. But what is available to consumers now is the ability for them to work with the company to right-size their benefit. They may not need the richness of the benefit that they currently have, and so they can, again, adjust it such that they'll see a corresponding decrease in premium. There's a lot more to that. I would be happy to talk with you about all of those details offline. It is obviously a great concern to me in the department, and we're actively working it.
Thank you. I think for now, we'll continue on.
All right, great.
Okay. I'll try to figure out how to shorten mine up a little bit. I will pick up on slide 7, where DJ left off after talking about the insurance market. I'll go over some other variables that will impact our revenue. The first variable being the taxable premiums written. So that is the largest variable because it's our tax base that we calculate the premium taxes on. So if the premiums written increase, we would anticipate our revenue to increase. The retaliatory premium tax rates, that is meant to equalize the tax burden across states. So we are authorized to collect the higher tax rate of New Hampshire's tax rate or the tax rate of the company's state of domicile. Similar is the retaliatory fees and assessments. So if, say, Delaware collects a fraud fee and our New Hampshire domestics have to pay that, we then can retaliate and collect a fraud fee from the Delaware domiciled companies. We'll have companies that amend their tax returns throughout the year. And a lot of times in our audit findings, we will go ahead and request that they audit it if they left something off, which could generate more revenue. Companies sometimes redomesticate to other states, which then in turn would affect the retaliatory tax rate or the retaliatory fees that we collect. We have producer adjusters and entities. The licensing volume will fluctuate. We have enforcement penalties that are difficult to predict based on the nature of the work that they do. And we allow some premium tax credits that we will get into in great detail on subsequent slides. So now if we take a look at the sources of our revenue at the department, we collect premium taxes from the admitted and non-admitted insurers. This is our largest source of revenue. Last year it was about 83.5% or 136.4 million of our revenue. We collect premium taxes from our licensed insurers. We have 57 domestics here in the state. The rest being from out of state we'll refer to as foreign insurers. And these licensed insurers write lines of business such as property and casualty, which would be your home, auto, workers' comp lines. We have life insurers, accident and health insurers, which write on both a group and an individual basis. And we also have health or medical insurance. We collect from registered entities such as risk retention groups and purchasing groups. We collect taxes from licensed producers that have surplus lines authority on their license. And we collect premium taxes from independently procured business. And those are policyholders who directly purchase from a non-admitted insurer. The other 16.5% of our revenue comes from the fees and penalties that we collect. These are from the licensed and registered entities and insurance producers and adjusters. That equated to 26.8 million last year. So totaling 163.3 million for 2024. So now we're going to look a little bit closer at these revenue sources. Like I mentioned, the licensed insurance companies is where we generate the most revenue. We have a premium tax rate of 1.25% for the property and casualty lines of business and 2% for the accident and health lines of business. We do collect a $200 minimum tax from each licensed company and risk retention group. And we do have that retaliatory provision in place, like I mentioned, to equalize the tax burden across the states. So as of December 31st, 2024, we will be looking to collect 1,325 tax returns from the licensed companies and risk retention groups, and they'll be due on or before March 15th. So how this works is come March, we'll be collecting the 2024 tax liability, and then we're going to be subtracting out the estimated prepayment that was made on their prior year's tax return. That, in essence, will create a true-up for 2024. Then they're going to pay 100% of that tax liability as an estimated payment for their 2025 tax liability. So if the premiums increase from the prior year, they're going to owe more in their true-up and more in their prepayment for the following year. So that's a double impact to our revenue projections. We're going to collect taxes from the surplus lines producers, and last year that was only about 5% of our revenue, premium tax revenue. That'll be 3% on the premiums written for policies covering risks here in the state. And as of year-end 2024, we've had 340 producers so far submit their annual premium tax report and premium tax that is due. So the deadline is this Friday, and we expect quite a few more. We have independently procured business taxed at 4%. However, this is less than 1% of our revenue. And those reports and taxes are due on March 1st. So next, we're going to take a look at a historical view for the past 10 years of the revenue that we've collected by source. And you'll see the admitted market, which is our licensed and risk retention groups, is the bulk of it. It's 128.3 million. The surplus line producers was 7 million, and the independently procured is just over $1 million. Then we have our fees and our fines, which were 26.8 million, totaling the 163.3 million. Next, I want to take a little closer look at how the premium tax credits impact our revenue, excuse me. So the first we'll talk about is the business enterprise tax that is collected from the Department of Revenue, or the BET as we refer to it. The BET that is imposed under RSA 77E is allowed as a credit against the premium taxes due under RSA 400A. And any credit amount in excess of the premium tax liability can be applied to the company's business profits tax. Therefore, there's no carry forwards for unused credits. Last year, we had 143 companies that took that credit, and with over 1,300 premium tax returns, that's about 11% of the companies taking a BET credit. That the past 2 years, that has amounted to roughly close to 3.7 million each year. Next, we have credits taken under 162L10 for contributions made to the Community Development Finance Authority, who supports community projects across the state. An investment tax credit equal to 75% of the contribution made to the authority during the tax year is allowed as a credit. Contributions received by the authority which qualify for the credit can be taken but shall not exceed 5 million in any state fiscal year. And these credits can be carried forward up to 5 years and cannot exceed 1 million in any given tax year. Last 2 years, we only had one company claim this credit. Last year, it was 37,500. The year before that, 56,000. So it has not had a big impact on our revenue. The last credit that that is allowed against premium tax is in accordance with Chapter 408B13, which are credits for assessments paid to the New Hampshire Life and Health Insurance Guarantee Association. I'd like to look at this in more detail today, as this will have a substantial impact to our fiscal year 2025 revenue along with the coming years. So the Guarantee Association is composed of member insurance licensed companies licensed to sell life and health along with annuity contracts here in the state. In the event that a member insurer is found insolvent and order liquidated by a court, the association provides protection to the New Hampshire consumers who are holders or beneficiaries of the covered life policies, disability, or annuity contracts with the insolvent insurer. The credit is allocated at 20% of the assessment for each of the 5 calendar years following the year in which the assessment was paid. The association did issue a Class B assessment during calendar year 2024. However, prior to calendar year 2024, Class B assessments had only been issued one other time in the history of this program. In 2013, they issued an assessment totaling $2,225,000, and the impact of the credit was approximately $400,000 for each of 5 years. During calendar year 2024, Colorado Bankers Life Insurance went insolvent, and Class B assessments were issued that totaled $35 million. So the potential impact to the revenue each year for 5 years is 20% or $7 million. The impact in the first year of the credit is doubled because the carriers are projected to pay the projected taxes prepaid and collected in advance, resulting in the potential of 14 million due to the permitted credit along with the prepayment of the tax liability. The good news is since the insurer's tax liability cannot be reduced below zero, we do not anticipate that all carriers will be able to use the full amount of the credit. The next slide on the pie chart is a breakout by company type of the net taxable premiums written in New Hampshire, where last year there was over 7.6 billion of premiums written in the state. The split is somewhat close between the property and casualty lines of business, where property and casualty was 41% and health was at 37.79%. Life insurance was 20%, and risk retention groups and title insurance premiums were just a little sliver of the pie. On the bar graph, it's going to break out these net taxable premiums into dollar amounts by company type. So you'll see here the life was 1.5 billion, health 2.9 billion, property and casualty over 3 billion, and then risk and title were around 40 million each. Next, we're going to touch on how we derive our projections. We have a team made up of individuals across different business units. We'll start with the tax unit, pulling together premium information from the company's annual statements. We'll look at that on an accounting and historical perspective. And then we sit down with the actuaries as well as the leadership team. The actuaries actually will get the rate filings, so they have an idea of what the companies are submitting based on their experience and what ultimately will drive the premiums. We take what the actuaries have to say very seriously. Where there's such a lag with the premium data, it's more of a historical basis what we can gather. If we take a look at our fiscal 2024 revenue on the next slide, along with the 2025 revenue projections, the first column is our results as of June 30th, 2024, where you'll see the breakout there. The premium tax revenue was 146.8 million. The fees were 26.8 million. We transferred 10.3 million to DHHS. And we also made a transfer for the first time to New Hampshire Employment Security for the paid family medical leave program. The next column is our authorized budget of 143 million, which we would have derived back in 2022 based on 2021 premiums. Then in January of 2024, like the commissioner said, we revised our projection to be 150 million. So the last column there is our anticipated revenue for this fiscal year. The top line being the premium tax liability that will be due, taking away the estimated prepayments, followed by prepayments for the following year, calendar year 2025. We expect 7 million from the unlicensed companies. And then the fees, we're looking to collect 24 million. Then you'll see the transfer to DHHS, which is the same as this past year, and our transfer, anticipated transfer to New Hampshire Employment Security. Looking ahead to fiscal year 26 and 27, we have projected 26 to be at 158 million and 27 to be at 162 million. So just something to note, we do collect premium taxes from the 3 MCOs and along with Delta Dental, who all contract with DHHS for the Granite Advantage program. Those taxes that we collect attributable to that program do get transferred to DHHS. So that does not have impact one way or the other on our projections. So.
The only thing I would mention about that, obviously, is the transfer to DHHS always varies a bit. As you may recall, when the state decided to expand the Medicaid program, we dedicated the portion of the IPT generated from that coverage to contribute to the state's non-federal share for that program. The other thing I would mention, you could put a bit of an asterisk next to it, is the Granite State Home Mitigation and Resiliency Program for $1 million. That is a bit of a hope of mine, but I've got to make the sale for that program from a policy perspective to House Commerce and House Finance and beyond. What this program seeks to do, as Representative Ohl mentioned, is to provide consumers with a little bit of relief, given some of the weather-related dynamics that are impacting the insurance market. The idea is to set aside $1 million in a grant fund, and consumers can apply into that grant fund to contribute towards some changes in improvements to their home or their property. The eligibility for those projects is all geared toward better positioning the consumer in the underwriting process, such that if they're able to make some repairs to their roof or remove a dead tree that is hanging over the home, again, that will factor in more positively for them in underwriting, resulting in lower premiums at best. At worst, it will ensure that the consumer is able to be renewed on their current coverage and not kicked into the surplus lines market, which is significantly more expensive for them. That's the program in a nutshell. States are taking up these programs. I think there are 6 or 7 of them currently in effect across the country. They are doing consumers a great deal of good. So we're looking to New Hampshireize that concept and bring it here, and again, leverage that to help our consumers better afford their home insurance premiums. But again, that'll be a policy discussion for Commerce and a dollars discussion for House Finance. But that million may or may not be there depending on how that process goes. Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Thank you. We have a question from Representative Ohm.
Yeah, thank you. The actuary tables are very important in determining the rates. And when I look at mortality tables on different organizations, such as the pension system, the IRS, I see quite a variability in the mortality tables. Can you supply the committee with your mortality tables, which I think would be much more objective as a neutral third party?
We can see what our actuaries have in that respect, and we will certainly make that information available to you.
Wants to know if this doesn't pass with the projections go.
Yes, so there was a question from the back as to whether or not if the Granite State Home Resiliency Mitigation Program does not go forward, whether or not the projections would be rounded up $1 million. Yes. We're anticipating that we're going to collect at least that million. Again, I've segregated it out with the optimism that the program will go forward. But if it does not go forward, then yes, it'll be accounted for in the bottom line projections you see there.
And the time frame for that, for knowing?
We'll certainly know by the time it passes the
Oh, so our revenue estimates, then we're certainly not going to know in the next, we won't use it, yeah.
So if I might,
Yeah.
this is a change that's being proposed, I think, in legislation to the House right now. So this is not current law. If this were to
Okay.
pass the House, we would make an
Good
adjustment
point.
on the surplus statement to decrease the premium tax by $1 million each year.
what he said.
Perfect. I agree. All right. Thank you. Thank you guys very
Thank you,
much.
Mr. Chairman.
Okay. What do we do next? Next, we'll hear from the Lottery Commission, and Chris Shea is passing out the handout.
This doesn't contain any numbers in it. Yeah, but I want the winning number.
Oh, those numbers. Sorry, the governor gets those. It's a joke. It's completely a joke.
Okay, I think everyone has the handout now, so we will let you get started.
Okay, good afternoon, Mr. Chair, members of the committee. I'm Charlie McIntyre, Lottery Director, and with me is our Chief Financial Officer, Jim Duras. Just a brief handout to go over what essentially we sell and where our money comes from. The first page, obviously, are two things. One is a pie chart, which indicates essentially still half of our revenues come from scratch tickets. I would caution as you work down the second page, which is where all the games are outlined, everything from instant tickets to fast play is gross sales. iLottery is essentially net of prizes, and sports betting is essentially our revenue from DraftKings. And investigation and compliance is essentially charitable gambling revenue that the state gets, and Lucky for Life is gross sales. So all revenues are not equal in that respect. And Lucky for Life and all of the 8 top games are sold in stores. And on the internet, we do sell Powerball, Mega Millions, instant tickets, Gimme 5, and I think we're going to launch Pick 3, Pick 4 soon. Yeah, next month. And so that's a breakdown of our revenues. I didn't want to go over it today because it's a bit significant, but soon this will be adopted by the fiscal committee. This is our annual comprehensive financial report. It'll be available on our website as well. It contains everything you'd ever want to know about lottery, but we're afraid to ask. A predecessor of mine once handed this out at the State House and got in trouble for using that much ink. So it's now digitally on our website and available. This is audited by your LBA, and that's presented, I think it's 30th, yeah. So if you want to learn more, and certainly I fielded questions from this committee before, happy to answer any questions I would have. The next page is essentially a breakdown of the gross revenues to the lottery over the last 10 years. You will notice the hockey stick growth. From 2020 to 2021 was really the largest growth. Sports betting passed in 20, but if you remember correctly, it passed and then COVID happened and there were virtually no sports. We were taking action on Burundian soccer and Russian table tennis, and I am not making that up. Wow. But then when sports returned, obviously sports betting came back, and it's been exceptionally profitable for the state. Right now, New Hampshire is the second most profitable state in the country for sports betting revenue, behind only New York. And they cheated off us, so I take some pride in that. And the next slide, which is page 4, is essentially what our projections for gross revenues are. Currently, year over year, we're approximately 5% down over last year. And that's for a number of reasons. It suggests a certain softness at retail. And also, most importantly, FY24 was the best year we've ever had for Powerball and Mega Millions sales. And that was due to interest rates. I know it hurts some people. It helps us because the jackpot is a product of cash on hand multiplied by a bond factor. And that bond factor more than almost doubled over the last 3 years as interest rates rose. And so a $1 billion jackpot was no longer unachievable. It was almost common. And so in 2024, I think we had 4 or 5. And actually, I think we had one that was $2 billion. And so, yeah. And so that had a dramatic impact on our revenues. If you look at the number before Powerball on the page, you'll see $57 million and Mega Millions was 34, over 80 million, that would be a high year by almost 20 some odd million. And Powerball and Mega Millions for us is a 40% profit game. So every $1 million that's off, it's a $400,000 net deficit to the state. My favorite slide is page 5, which is distributions education. FY24, we came in at $207 million of profitability, 47 million over plan. Sorry, I want that to sink in a little bit. And it was our record year far and away, as you can imagine. And the last slide, which is not as positive, is essentially we're holding at $180 million an estimate for this fiscal year. And then the next 2 years of the budget would be 172.9 for each year. Like I said, we're seeing a softness at retail. We don't expect Powerball to have the same numbers it had before, as well as Mega Millions, which are very similar games. And we're cautiously optimistic. We've seen a decline in sports betting now that Mass launched. It wasn't the negative impact we had anticipated. We went from a high of $38 million in sports betting to last year, I think it was 32 million. So that's supposed to get 30. So it's declined, but not that much. And so wanted to keep it very simple and allow for any questions you folks may have.
Representative Ilary.
Thank you, Director.
Yeah.
You're making a lot of money. How much are you spending to operate to make that money?
So our budget cost is 15 million with the state budget. Our expenses are larger than that because prizes is an expense, and that's our largest expense. It's prizes, far and away.
Yeah, that doesn't matter. That doesn't count.
Yeah, and so our budget expense is about 15 million.
So you make
Yeah.
enough money to,
Pardon?
you make enough money to make money.
Correct.
That's
Correct.
50.
15.
15.
1-5.
That's a lot better.
1-5.
Okay. 50 sounded high.
Yeah.
Okay.
What? You folks talk about what it's in the budget, right? Or like
You just said your cost was, we weren't sure if you were saying 50 or 15.
no, it's 15. Sorry. I mean, there are expenses like, for example, DraftKings, our relationship with DraftKings. It's the gross profit is 80 million, and our share of that is around 34 million. So I don't count that as an expense because there's no expense. It's literally just they send us a monthly transfer. Monthly? Yeah, monthly. And so that I don't
Makes
count that
sense.
as an expense either because it's
Right, makes sense.
same with charitable gambling. You know, our expenses are the employees we have on the payroll and the cost for them and their cars and materials. But what the operators pay, we don't really count as an expense.
Other questions? Representative Ohm.
Yeah, thank you, Director McIntyre. Looking at the current law and the revenue for going out to 2027, does that include the estimated revenue from historic horse racing?
Yes. So if you go to the first slide, which is where the pie chart is, $33.3 million is what the charitable gambling side of our house, which is the investigations compliance division. The vast majority of that is, sorry, it's this one here. You look, there's a number here. It says investigations and compliance division. That's charitable gambling revenue. And the vast majority of that is historic horse racing. It's averaging currently about 2.3 million a month.
Representative Ames. For a minute, I thought, gee, maybe he was really on our committee.
I'm entitled to ask questions, why not?
You are.
As a substitute. Yeah, I'll be gone before you know it. But,
No, it's a good thing to see you here.
well, could you speak a little more about the trajectory in charitable gaming and what's happening overall and how that affects revenues now and looking forward?
Certainly, I can speak to the trajectory. In short order, the number of machines is going to grow dramatically in the state. Next week, I visit the final inspection of the Nash, which I understand to have over 1,000 machines. That launches, I believe, at the end of January. I'm not going the opening, before the opening. The facility in Conway was scheduled to open next week. It's going to open the following week. So the number of machines is growing significantly. I would imagine from what is now 2,300 machines, I think, in state, will grow to over 5,000 in the next calendar year. And so with it would be our revenues. Obviously this is a revenue committee, our revenues would grow as well dramatically. I would anticipate it being more than double if they come online. They just haven't come online yet, so I don't like to estimate based off of them. And I imagine this will be a evolving process regarding revenue. So I'll be back here again, I'm sure.
You follow up. Your microphone, please.
Thank you. So, do you have a number per machine that you use and sort of guesstimating at the revenue that will be produced by Historic Horse Racing?
Yes. So currently, statewide, the average, what we call a win per unit per day, which is the amount that's in the machine at the end of the day. Last I checked, it was $239 per machine per day. And it's still growing, meaning the trend line has been up. But that's with historic horse racing machines. Yeah.
Follow.
That sounds very much like the slot machine number that I used to hear you speak of years ago.
Yeah, and if I was to revise estimates on slot machines, I would raise them significantly. The revenue from a VLT or a slot machine, if we want to call it that, would probably be 30 to 40% higher than an HHR machine. Because while they look similar, they play differently and the player knows. So I would anticipate a significant, if I was to redo revenue estimates, which I actually am doing because there's a couple of VLT bills, it would be higher, much, much higher.
Thank you.
Representative Ellery.
Okay, for the other part, your agency has access to information regarding problem gaming or gambling. Has that account or fund been significantly tapped more or less or?
Less. The council, which has tendered the money, hasn't really been active this fiscal year.
Did I hear you say less?
Yes.
Thank you, sir.
Representative Southworth.
Thank you for taking my question.
Of course.
So looking at the final page 6 chart, the increases you're talking about, you're expecting will be offset by softening in other areas?
Correct. And like I said, Powerball, for example, if we're off $30 million in Powerball Mega Million sales, that's a $12, $13 million negative directly.
So you're balancing those.
Correct. And as like any business, we have now multiple verticals. And so now they're sort of balancing each other out, and we're trying to stay ideally flat.
Representative Doucette.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Thank you, Director McIntyre. You said sports betting with the advent of Massachusetts going online, our revenues were at 38 million, and we've subsequently gone down to 32. If I'm correct me if I'm wrong.
Yeah, that's correct. We had 38 and 23, and I think last year was 33. Last fiscal year was 33, 2024.
How much of that do you think is relative to the fact that those bettors were coming from Massachusetts compared to, I have a bill in to open it up to different vendors?
Yeah.
The competition, because I've heard that from constituents, they can play 3 different vendors down there, and what that reality may or may not be.
In reality, there are only 2 nationally. FanDuel and DraftKings essentially have 85% of the marketplace. And one of the difficulties is that opening up a second operator, I'm not sure increases the pie, only because it'll increase, like you'll have, both will have active users. But what they found in New Jersey when they opened up to many users or many operators is that you had players waiting for the offers. They were trained to wait for an offer to get a free bet, $300. If I deposit 10, I get $50. And they weren't playing as much. They were just waiting for, And you found the acquisition costs for the operators to be so high. Like our acquisition costs in New Hampshire are very low. It's like $20 a customer. In New Jersey, it's like 3,000. And I do know that they also got blasted with advertising. And I really wanted to avoid that. I mean, we get political anyway. And so sports betting, you probably watch sports events and all the ads that are run there. It would have been like that 24/7 up here. So I don't think it's so much, to your point, I don't think it's so much as there's not multiple operators as we could see the heat map and the Portsmouth traffic circle and the mall in Nashua and the liquor store in Nashua were like the most visited places for sports betting. And I think folks are driving up here betting, getting a bottle of liquor and, enjoying our tax-free state.
No, enjoying the liquor in the parking lot.
Yes, Representative Spar.
Thank you. You mentioned, I guess, that following up on Representative Doucette, on the sports betting, the state was the second most profitable in sports betting next to New York.
Yes.
How do you define that profitable? Is that per capita? Is it?
Per capita, yeah. So I have a graph, and it's so for example, our sisters in Maine, per capita state revenue is $3.79, and we're $25. So literally per every human being in the state, we're $25 of profitability for sports betting, and Maine is $3.
Thank you.
Yeah, like they made $5 million last year. We made 34. So that's New York, us, and then DC and Massachusetts, Rhode Island, in that order.
Okay, seeing no other questions.
Okay.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Okay, we are going to start with Fish and Game.
Good afternoon, Chairman, committee members. Thank you very much for inviting us today. I'm Stephanie Simic. I am the Executive Director for New Hampshire Fish and Game, and I have with me Kathy Labonte. She is our Chief of Business Operations. She's basically our Chief Financial Officer, and certainly knows more than I do about this agency, being as I've been on the job about just over 2 months, but thoroughly enjoying myself nonetheless. Before we get started, I just wanted to talk a little bit about the mission of the agency. While I'm celebrating just over 2 months with the agency is actually celebrating 160 years in existence, which is, I'm pretty proud of that. Even though I wasn't here 160 years ago, I'm still proud of it. Nonetheless, we are mandated as the guardians of New Hampshire's fish, wildlife, and marine resources. And the department works in partnership with our public to ensure that we're conserving, managing, protecting those resources and their habitats. But also we work very diligently to inform and educate the public about the resources that we have in New Hampshire and the uniqueness of New Hampshire. And we provide the public with opportunities certainly to use and appreciate these resources. And with that, I will turn it over for the meat and potatoes and the good stuff that you are here for to Kathy.
Thank you, Director. Good afternoon, Mr. Chairman, members of the committee. Thank you for having us today. As you know, the Fish and Game Department is mostly self-funded, and we rely heavily upon the unrestricted component of being self-funded. So the unrestricted revenues are used to fund the operations of the department not funded by restricted revenues, such as federal revenues, dedicated funds, and ARPA projects. The largest use of unrestricted revenues are personnel and associated benefits, transfers to the Department of Information Technology, as well as retirees' health insurance. I have a few unrestricted revenue percentages relative to the fiscal year that just closed June 30th. For fiscal year 2024, we had actual expenditures of just under $40 million, of which 39.4% was paid for using unrestricted revenues. For our current budgeted fiscal year, our expenditures are authorized at just over $41 million, of which $18.2 million is budgeted as unrestricted revenue, or 43.7%. For the future operating budget that we submitted to the governor during our agency phase, our expenses went up considerably, and that was mainly due to the personnel and benefit increases that were passed through the legislative process and contract negotiations. Our fiscal year 26 expenditures of $45 million are using unrestricted revenues of just over 40%, and our fiscal year 27 expenses of $44 million are using unrestricted revenues of just under 43%. The Fish and Game Unrestricted Fund has approximately 13 individual categories of unrestricted revenues that make up that big pot. Certainly the largest is licenses. We have our Concord agent fees, miscellaneous income, court fines and penalties, OHRV license agent fees, license agent fines and penalties, interest earnings on those savings deposits, sales of surplus property, sales of surplus vehicles, federal grant recoveries, which is also a very large component of our unrestricted revenue base, game management transfers, and the OHRV and Marine unrefunded road toll. The last page of your handout actually depicts several years going all the way back to fiscal year 18 actual through fiscal year 24 actual of the breakout of all of those various pots I just spoke about and how much was deposited into those categories of revenue. For fiscal year 25, I have the budgeted, but then the green two numbers on the bottom of that column, those are actual transfers for the OHRV and Marine unrefunded road toll that we have received this fiscal year. And for fiscal year 26 and 27, that is our budgeted request that we submitted through the agency phase of the governor of the budget process. So with that, I would be happy to entertain any questions you may have.
Thank you. Yes, Representative Doucette.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Thank you for taking my question. I'm just curious as to, and you mentioned that it's a substantial figure, the recoveries from federal grants. Can you give us a little daylight on what those dollars are, where they come from, what the grants are?
Absolutely.
It's $1 million. That's pretty substantial.
It is. We have approximately 50 plus federal grants coming into the department. Our main entity we receive those from is the Fish and Wildlife Service. We also have grants from NOAA. And every year we put together a proposal to the feds to be able to assess an indirect charge on those grants. And it runs between 18 and 20% of our personnel cost. So if our personnel cost for any one grant is $1 million, we're able to assess up to 20% of overhead charges, and those funds are deposited into this unrestricted account. Does that answer your question, sir? Okay.
Representative Ullery.
One of the aspects that you didn't mention was search and rescue.
That is not part of this. Search and rescue is a dedicated account and has no bearing on the unrestricted fish and game fund.
Thank you for stating that.
You're welcome.
Yes, Representative Bolton.
Thank you, Chair. So this is kind of a quick one. What's the Concord agent fee?
In RSA, license agents are able to charge $1 per license type transaction at their establishments.
Okay.
So when we sell licenses across the front counter at our headquarters on 11 Hazen Drive, that $1 is paid to us.
Okay. You have 7,000, or you're anticipating 7,000 of those.
Any other questions? Seeing none, thank you very much.
Well, thank you.
Thank you very much. Have a good day.
Point out to them your interest revenue. Just, it's going to tie it to what was talked about earlier. That's all. You guys were here, but I'll just tie it to that so you can hear what I said.
Oh,
Okay.
Thank you. Appreciate that.
Kat, you can stay right here if you want.
Oh, thanks.
So I just wanted to tie this last page back to the discussion you had with the treasurer earlier. If you go down to, on the left-hand side, it's 6956, interest on savings deposits. The treasurer talked about how she will take what funds she has available to earn interest on and then dedicate it to certain funds that require that per statute. The Fish and Game Fund is one of those dedicated funds that would get interest as a revenue source from those investments the treasurer makes. So it would go into the general fund at first, and then the next month it gets transferred over to the Fish and Game Fund or whatever dedicated fund it is. In this case, it's just the Fish and Game. And I just wanted to point that out to you. So this is a healthy amount. This will start to decrease in the out years. So again, I just wanted to tie that conversation from earlier today about the treasurer talking with her interest that she earns and how it goes into different funds. Here's an example of it being put into one of the dedicated funds. The other thing I think less interesting for you, but just to know, is that Kathy presented that about $18 million of unrestricted fish and game funds are being used to fund their operations proposed in 26 and 27. Their revenue projections are only $14 million in those 2 years. There's a surplus in the Fish and Game Fund, not a huge surplus, but enough to get them over the hump for the next 2 years. Some of you may be aware that through the summer and fall, there was a committee that was working on ideas to help the agency fund its operations, because the Fish and Game Fund over the long term may not be able to handle that. But I just wanted to point that out. If you go back and look at later, this evening when you're at home and you're like, oh, geez, there was some interesting things, and you see 18 million, it's not a typo. That's what it costs them to run the Fish and Game department under their unrestricted funds. They just don't generate that revenue each year. They had a surplus that they're bringing forward and they're paying those costs.
Thank you for that clarification. Yes, Representative Ames.
I think I should have asked this question in the first round here, but I'm wondering on the federal recoveries indirect costs, which is a fairly significant number amongst these numbers, whether there's any risk or concern in the agency that the federal funds from which these indirect cost transfers come from are at risk, that we have an incoming federal administration that's doing a more complete review of budgeted items than is typical, and maybe or maybe not, you can tell me, these particular grants from which this money derives are at risk or not? Is this something that you worry about, I guess is what I'm asking.
Not at this point in time. The majority of these funds come from Pittman-Robertson and Dingell-Johnson Act, which go way, way back as a federal law. So they're not annual apportionments, apportioned to the department. They are, they go way back in law on the federal side. So we are not concerned that they will disappear.
That's good news. Thank you.
Representative Schamberg. Okay. Representative Ors.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Thanks for taking my question. So you mentioned the Robinson Pittman Act, and it funds what, about 11 to 11.5% or 11% tax on the purchase of sporting goods. So are we able to collect any taxes on the stuff that comes in from overseas that people may be buying through Amazon.com or some of these other websites? Or are we just losing that revenue?
I don't know the answer to that.
Yeah, at this point, so I don't know the current status of that. I know that that was something that was being looked into as a loss of revenue at the federal level. And I don't know where that committee is on that piece at this point, but I'll certainly get information for you and get it back to you.
Thank you. We appreciate a follow-up.
You're very welcome.
Any other questions? Seeing none, thank you very much.
Thank you.
Chris, is there anything you'd like to? Okay.
We looked at whether you could start before 3.
You have,
All right, so just so everyone knows, we've obviously completed the agency presentations for today. The executive session is scheduled for 3 o'clock. I wish I had scheduled it for 2:30, but because it was noticed as 3, we have to wait till 3. So, no, that's,
This is the one that's posted out there.
which one?
I don't,
The one that doesn't have 3 o'clock is posted.
Tom, we've been told that that is not.
unfortunately, because there is one that went in the calendar like this. So we can, we'll be back at 3 o'clock sharp to start exec. Okay, the time being 3 p.m. We're going to start on our exec session, and I'm going to open the executive session on HB 328. And I'll recognize Representative Doucette.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I would move ought to pass on HB 328.
And I would like to second that.
Second from Representative Malloy. And I recognize Representative Doucette.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I distributed earlier a proposed amendment numbered 0069H. What the amendment does is during our testimony.
You want to make a motion?
Oh,
to-
thank you, sir. I would like to make a motion to accept amendment 0069. Oh,
You want to make a motion of ought to pass
yeah.
on that amendment.
And then we'll discuss.
We already introduced the bill. Yeah, now he's making we're bringing forth an amendment. Is there a sec?
I'll second.
Is there a second on that?
Yeah, I'll
Second
second
from Representative Malloy. And now you can speak to
For
your.
discussion, I'm sorry.
Yeah.
During the testimony, came to our realization, and I've spoken to the prime sponsor, who happens to be with us today, about the voting membership on this commission. What the amendment does, in fact, is changes it from a 9 voting membership to a 7 voting membership, eliminating the votes of the Attorney General and Lottery Director, and allowing for the 7 voting members to be the 5 members of the House, 2 members of the Senate. What this amendment also does is address what the Lottery Director stated. It allocates $100,000 in non-lapsing funds over the biennium to supplement any appropriations that need to be done for this charitable gaming commission to do its work. Page 2, line 35.
Okay. Any other comments on that? Representative Doucette, you're all, that's, no other comments. Okay. Yes, Representative Elberger.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I like it. Let's go.
Representative Ames.
I agree with that last comment. But I would add, just point out that what Representative Ullery referred to as a scrivener's error in during the hearing has been corrected. It's a number, I think it was line 20 on page 2, but you don't need to know that. It's corrected. And I appreciate the effort made by Representative Doucette to make those corrections or fixes to the bill that he talked of.
Okay, if there's no other comments, then the clerk will call the roll. What did I just say? The amendment?
On the amendment.
On the amendment, yeah.
Want a roll call on the amendment?
No.
No.
We've always, I guess we don't have to. Show of hands on all in favor of the amendment. Any opposed? No, unanimous. Okay, now any discussion on, or would you like to speak to the bill as amended?
I think we've heard enough testimony and it makes sense.
Sounds good. Anything from anyone else? Seeing none, the clerk will call the roll.
We have a motion to.
The motion is to pass as amended on HB 328 by Representative Doucette. Seconded by
Dennis Malloy.
Representative Malloy.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. We're voting on House Bill 328 as amended by amendment number 2025-0069H. Representative Ulrey.
Aye.
Representative Doucette.
Yes.
Clerk votes yes. Representative Nodder.
Yes.
Representative Ures. Representative Stephen Smith.
Yes.
Representative Tierney.
Yes.
Representative Byer.
Yes.
Representative Mary Ford.
Yes.
Representative Mary Murphy.
Yes.
Representative Almy.
She's not here.
Not present. Representative Southworth.
Yes.
Representative Malloy.
Yes.
Representative Schomburg.
Yes.
Representative Bolton.
Yes.
Representative Elberger.
Yes.
Representative Jeffrey Smith.
Not here.
Representative Ames.
Yes.
Representative Spar.
Yes.
Chairman Janigan.
Yes.
Janigan.
Janagian.
Janagian. Thank you, sir. By a vote of 19 to 0 with 2 abstentions. We have.
Okay, the
Yes.
vote being 19 to 0, if there's no. No, not
Not
abstentions,
voting.
not two not present.
Not present. We have 21 members.
We have 21. That's not right.
Yeah, it is. No. 20 members?
Yeah.
Oh.
So the vote is 18-0. So if there's no objections, we'll put this on the consent calendar. Yes, Representative Smith.
Mr. Chair, did I hear that this has a $100,000 allocation included in it?
It does.
That would disqualify it from consent.
Okay, thank you. It will not go on the consent calendar. Okay, and the vote was 18-0. Close the exec session on HB 328. Next, I will open the exec session on HB 163.
Mr. Chair,
Yes,
I'd like to make a motion.
state your motion.
Motion to reconsider the vote on on HB 163.
Second.
We'll let the clerk catch up here. So, motion by Representative Malloy and seconded by Ulrey.
Motion is to reconsider.
Would you like to speak to your motion?
We've made got some changes coming up here in an amendment that we wanted to put into this bill. So
Okay.
I'll read that in as we get.
Anybody, Representative Ulrey?
If my understanding is correct, these are technical in nature that correct the bill.
That's correct, yeah.
Yes. Anybody else? Seeing none, the clerk will call the roll.
We're voting on House Bill 163 relative to state funds.
To reconsider. No,
To
we're
reconsider.
reconsidering.
A little rusty.
Yes.
I'm confused. How is this reconsidering?
We
already
it's
voted
we already voted on it.
Thank you.
Yeah, it's a bit
And
exact.
then Representative Almy found a technical error. Yeah, and I withheld submitting it so that we could bring it back, reconsider it, and fix it. So we were voting on reconsider. I guess we could do a hand vote. All in favor of reconsidering? Any opposed? No, so it's unanimous. Yes.
Yes, Mr. Chair, I'd like to make a motion of ought to pass.
Second.
Second.
Okay, and would you like to Speak about that.
we will then we, as in this form now, is it's acceptable, and everybody's agreed to the changes in here, and then we will be offering another amendment.
So, okay, so you want to offer an amendment?
Yes. And then I want to offer amendment to HB 163, amendment number 2025-0086H.
Second.
Second.
And would you like to speak to your amendment?
This amendment takes care of those other technical things that we wanted to get a hold of, and it's in good shape now.
Thank you. Anybody else?
Commentary on that? Renumbering and restating and just making sure that everything is ABC instead of A, D, E, that kind of thing. Thank you.
Well, and section B was actually pointing to a section that
Doesn't
was not
exist.
appropriate,
Yeah.
so that's why the change. Okay. We can, if there's no other comments, we'll take a vote on the amendment. We can do a hand vote again. All those in favor of this amendment, raise your hand. Thank you. Any opposed? Seeing none, it's unanimous. Okay, now the amendment.
Back
approved.
to offering,
You want to make a motion to OTP as
yes,
amended?
a motion to ought to pass on
As amended.
as amended on HB 163.
Second.
And would you like to speak to your motion?
As Representative Ullery pointed out, it made this bill turn into the proper language. A, B, C explained what was going on, and we're ready to go with this.
Sounds good. Anybody else? Seeing none, the clerk will call the roll.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. We are voting on House Bill number 163, amended by amendment number 2025-0086H. Representative Ulrey.
Aye.
Representative Doucette.
Yes.
Clerk votes yes. Representative Nodder.
Yes.
Representative Ures.
Yes.
Representative Stephen Smith.
Yes.
Representative Tierney.
Yes.
Representative Byer.
Yes.
Representative Ford.
Yes.
Representative Murphy.
Yes.
Representative Almy is absent. Representative Southworth.
Yes.
Representative Malloy.
Yes.
Representative Schomburg.
Yes.
Representative Bolton.
Yes.
Representative Elberger.
Yes.
Representative Jeffrey Smith. Representative Ames.
Yes.
Representative Spar.
Yes.
18.
You didn't call me yet.
Oh, there's one missing. Representative Janagian.
Yes.
Almost.
18-0.
18-0. If there's no objection,
non-voting.
we'll try putting this on the consent calendar. Seeing none, this will go on consent. Okay, and I'll close the exec session on HB 163. I'll now open the executive session on HB 83 and recognize Representative Doucette for a motion.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I move inexpedient to legislate on HB 83-FN.
You're going to have to.
Second.
Doucette and Ulrey. Would you like to speak to your motion?
Yes, thank you, Mr. Chairman, for a multitude of reasons. This bill isolates one specific betting platform, sports betting. We have what I believe is a a commission that's going to pass. This does not change charitable gaming, people that can bet on those games of chance. And I think it's something that can be revisited by that committee. Tertiary to that, we're having a revenue issue as it stands, and I can just see revenues going down with this piece of legislation as written at present. And I just think it's something that the newly formed commission can take up.
Representative Schamberg.
Mr. Chairman, I will be opposing the ITL. I think it's important that we make a statement concerning the age limit like we've done with alcohol, smoking, tobacco products, vapes, and I'm not going to drag it out any. I'll just write the blurb on the minority report. Basically supporting the age of 21 in New Hampshire.
I was just looking for the fiscal impact. It looks like 640,000 decrease.
It's 320 the first year, fiscal year 26, and 640, I think, in the fiscal year 27, which is a wash compared to the amount of revenue that 18, 19, and 20-year-olds put in.
Okay. Yes, Representative Orrs.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I'd just like to say that I just see it as a liberty issue for young people, and if they want to bet with their money, let them bet.
Okay. Representative Elberger.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. If we're going to follow with Representative Orr's comment about liberty, I'll go back to the comments from Representative Schamberg. Why not let 18-year-olds drink alcohol, smoke cigarettes? It doesn't make sense to me to say liberty counts only in one space, but not in another. Thank you.
Representative Doucette.
Couldn't agree with you more. I'll co-sponsor the legislation if you'd like to submit it.
Okay. Nothing? Comment? Okay. All right. Seeing no more comments, I'll ask the clerk to call the roll.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. We are voting on House Bill 83. The motion is inexpedient to legislate. Representative Ulrey.
Yes.
Representative Doucette.
Yes.
Clerk votes yes. Representative Nodder.
Yes.
Representative Orries.
Yes.
Representative Smith. Stephen.
Yes.
Representative Tierney.
Yes.
Representative Byer.
Yes.
Representative Mary Ford.
Yes.
Representative Mary Murphy.
Yes.
Representative Almy is missing. Representative Southworth.
No.
Representative Malloy.
No.
Representative Schomburg.
No.
Representative Bolton.
No.
Representative Elberger.
No.
Representative Jeffrey Smith is missing. Representative Ames. No. Representative Spar.
No.
Chairman Jernigan.
Yes.
Clerk records 11 votes for yes and 7 votes for no. 2 missing, not voting.
Goes on consent.
No, this won't go on consent. Okay. I will close the exec session on HB 83. That concludes today's business. Tomorrow we have several public hearings, and we will start at 10 o'clock. If there's no questions, we're all set for today. Thank you.
Okay. And minority report will be from Representative Schomburg.
What's that?
Is there going to be a minority report?
Yeah.
So it's Schomburg, right? Fred made the motion, but
Actually, anyone who's doing reports, if I could get the reports, Representative Schamberg, if I could get reports by end of day tomorrow at the latest. So Representative Doucette, you can get me a report by end of day tomorrow? Okay. Thank you. And who else needs to give me a report? Malloy.